Hello everyone, this is Rex Red. I am back after another coughing attack. So we are back with a EZ3D tutorial today, and we are going to cover the subject of how to make your own. Okay, I am here and I have got a cough again. Can we do it here? Can we make it? I hope so. All right, we are going to switch to Daz now. And I think I'm a little loud in my ears. Let me know if the audio is okay, if everything is working well. I am here, people. I am here. So yes, 3Delight versus Iray versus PBR. What is the difference? So, all right, so we're back. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is Jay from WS Guru. He says on his channel that 3Delight is kind of like a cartoon texture for figures, and I think that's I think it's a good description of how 3Delight is. That it doesn't have the realism. Okay, that's the word we're talking about here, is realism. Okay, yeah, they didn't have the model doesn't come with them. I felt kind of gypped, but you know, I don't know if gypped is a word you're supposed to use anymore. I don't know where it comes from, but I don't mean to offend anybody. So 3Delight, according to Jay, is like a cartoon, and it really is. It's just kind of plain colors, kind of for skin. It just doesn't have the depth. It doesn't have and 3Delight is rendered with your CPU. Okay, it does not use your graphics card. So Iray signifies the change in Daz Studio from CPU-based rendering to Iray rendering. Okay, so Daz jumped over to the Iray rendering because, as you well know, Iray rendering is much, 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 much faster on a graphics card than it is. Even a very, very, very powerful CPU can't even come close to a graphics card. And I would say my graphics card is probably 12 times faster than my CPU for rendering. So another coughing attack. Okay. Yeah, okay. I don't think I've ever rendered with 3Delight. I know RSL textures lag my system. Yeah, when I accidentally choose them. They do render. I believe they will render in Iray. They just don't look very good. And a lot of things. We're going to go into that. Okay, into 3Delight. We're going to go into depth about this, and I promise you, you will learn some things. I hope you learn some things that are really, really, really interesting and help you to traverse the landscape of Daz textures. What is, because we know now that we have these Iray textures. Everybody knows what Iray is. But then all of a sudden we hear that, oh, Genesis 9 has PBR textures. And what are they? What are PBR textures? And that is what's very mystifying. Okay, and so the first tip I'm going to teach you is coming right now. Okay, if you own a Windows machine, okay, Windows has a thing called Copilot. And probably it's something that most people are more nagged by than But I find Copilot to be extremely helpful. I like AI, okay? AI has helped my world tremendously. Down in the bottom right-hand corner of a Windows, like Windows, I believe Windows 7 also has it, Windows 10, and Windows 11 has this Copilot down. Maybe 7 doesn't, but 10 does, I know. And so when you click on this, what I asked the AI, and now if you think about, and Cherry says, I have not used the forums in a long time. Well, I'm going to tell you a secret. If you Google, and if you go to Google and you say, why did Daz Studio switch to Genesis 9 to PBR textures? It will take you to Google has crawled all over the Daz site and taken all of the information and reassessed it, okay? And so it will take it, what Google will do is lead you to their AI will probably give you the same kind of thing as this Copilot, but I've been finding the Copilot is very concise. And so what the Copilot did is it didn't just, like what Google will do is list a bunch of threads on the forum where PBR textures are explained. And so you can go to the forum and you can read them there. And then what you do on the forum is you have to go through all this, well, what's a PBR texture? And people will just go on and on about it. And I liked this better. And that, and you will, there's no real guarantee that what you're reading there is really the answer. But what this Copilot does is it goes through the whole forum and it condenses this little piece of information down in transition Genesis 9 to PBR, physically based rendering textures for several reasons. Like, wow, okay? They didn't just transition Genesis 9. Genesis 8.1 has PBR textures, and I think even possibly a few Genesis 8 figures. This isn't going to be it. I'm going to get a lot more stuff to show you, okay? And say, why? Why did they transition these textures? Well, we're going to answer that, and that is because PBR textures provide a more realistic rendering experience. Okay, now just that alone, let that sink in. It's like, so what it's actually saying here, okay, is that PBR textures provide a more realistic rendering experience from what? From what? PBR textures provide a more realistic rendering experience from what? From Iray. Now, let that sink in, okay? They don't really come right out and say it, but they're saying that PBR is more realistic than Iray, or else, because that's what they transitioned Genesis 9 from, was from Iray to PBR. Okay, now what that makes me think, okay, is that the Iray the rendering engine in Daz, in order to render PBR, it might have had to actually, just like Daz doesn't render 3Delight very well, okay? You have to switch to the 3Delight. Well, apparently they didn't do that. They just maybe changed the renderer a little bit here and there. I don't know. But it would seem as though the render is not optimized anymore for Iray. It's optimized for PBR textures. And Now, by adopting PBR, Daz Studio ensures consistent material behavior across different figures and scenes. In other words, you're not going to have this yucky orange figure and this kind of green palish figure, and you put them both in, and they just don't look right together, okay? That is how I interpret this, okay? How that does it, how does PBR do it? And I believe that Iray, to a large extent, is also PBR based rendering, but they're different, okay? And that says PBR, and this is what I've said before in some of my previous industry standard, that the reason why they switched to PBR was because Blender is PBR and Character Creator and all these, Maya and all these other ones are all. I was just assuming that. Okay, that was an assumption on my part, so I really didn't know that for sure. But apparently I was right, okay? And I don't mean that I was right. It was just I was right to assume that. Okay, PBR has become an industry standard for modern 3D rendering engines. It aligns with expectations. So I don't know if Blender is actually PBR. I don't know if Unreal Engine is PBR. I do know that what is it? The NVIDIA Omniverse is Iray. Okay? So, but it's probably going to be switching over to PBR. Everything seems to be switching to PBR so that when your characters come into another program, they look the same. So that's what they're trying to do. So that when you bring your Daz characters into Blender or into Character Creator or into Unreal Engine, that they look the same. That's what we're trying to get at here is standards across different platforms. Okay, it aligns with expectations of content creators and users who are familiar with PBR workflows, which I'm not that familiar with it, but I don't claim to be that familiar with Iray as well. PBR textures simplify the material setup process. How? I have no idea how that happens, okay? But maybe it's really simple for creators. Artists can focus on creativity rather than complex shader networks. And we know, I think a lot of us know what node-based shader stuff looks like. Compatibility. PBR textures allow seamless integration with other PBR-based tools and software. They enhance interoperability between Daz Studio and internal renders. I think that's what they just said here. Okay, so they're kind of, it's like you just said that, AI. Okay, PBR textures offer better control over specularity, roughness, and other material properties. Artists can achieve higher quality results with fine-tuned details. Okay, so that is what we learn from Copilot. Okay, so now we're switching on to the next subject. The actual Daz figures and which figures have which items, which things have PBR, which things have Iray, which things have 3Delight. Well, I don't know exactly when 3Delight got phased out, but I would say a lot of Genesis 3 figures may have PBR, have 3Delight textures, and that's why when you bring them into Daz, they look like crap, okay? And they always have. They look like cartoon figures because they have 3Delight textures on them. Then we get into Genesis 8, which is Iray. And it's like, well, we just read that PBR is better than Iray. How did they word it again? They worded it, PBR stands for physically based. These materials are specifically designed. Where was that? The difference lies in their intended PBR stands for. Okay, what? Now this is different. Okay, so it's down here. Okay, PBR to textures provide a more realistic rendering experience. From what? From Iray. Okay, so and they're not saying it here, but well, yeah, if they have just transitioned from Iray to PBR, then logically you can infer that. I am having the worst trouble here, coughing. Okay, so then what that means is that when you put, now what we're going to do here is we're going to start with this Iray to PBR conversion. How do we convert? Now, see, this is something I've touched on in a previous video, but I've learned a lot since then, thanks to there's a One Click PBR, One Click Iray to PBR product in the Daz store. And so, yes, it could have been so nice if they had just sent the model here. So let's see now. We go to Iray, One Click. Let's try One Click and see what comes up. Where are you? Here it is, One Click PBR Skin. Genesis 3 female, okay. Genesis 8.1, Genesis 2 female, Genesis. So this will convert also 3Delight and Iray. All of these, this product will convert all of your Genesis figures to PBR Skin. Okay, all you have to do is put them in the scene and invoke these scripts, and it will sit and think for a while. And what they're trying to do is, this is the Olympia 8, so this would be Genesis 8 Skin, and this is PBR Skin here. And I can just look at this and tell you that skin is much easier on my eyes than this skin. This skin kind of looks greenish, and it looks too shiny, which are things you could just fix. But in the end, after you fixed them, would you really still have the same result? And that, I have to say, possibly not. Or you'd have to take and really mess with it, okay, to get it right. And we can go here and just see. Now, when this product was first put out, it had problems, not big problems, very, very little problems, okay? But it had just some problems. It's been updated, okay? I believe, yes, and Cherry, I believe this is the answer to, but the thing is that Genesis 9 figures already are PBR. And so they would transfer, you don't need to convert them. As you notice here, Genesis 9 is not mentioned here. Well, it says Genesis 9, okay, because there are some Genesis 9 figures that don't have PBR, okay? It was so new when Genesis 9 came out that maybe a few figures, and maybe still occasionally, some of the artists just never learned how to deal with PBR, make PBR skin, so they made their Genesis 9 figures with Iray. So you convert them, okay? with this, okay? So it says it works with Genesis 9. It works with all of the Genesis figures. The only thing I don't see mentioned here is Victoria and Michael, Michael 4 and Victoria 4. So, but other than that, all of the Genesis 9, all of the Genesis figures, and this was Silas who came and wrote a big, long explanation, very, very, very helpful explanation to help me get more of a grasp on this Click Skin. He left the comment on one of my videos, which I did give this program a good recommendation. So I was using it incorrectly. And so Silas helped to kind of shift some of my gears a little bit. I still haven't read the manual. Maybe I can help you so you don't have to read the manual. Like I kind of like put it off. I ward it off as much as I can. So, all right. Not because their manual in particular, but just manuals in general. I love manuals. I would rather read a manual than a novel. But, okay, we have the entire Air Force flying over right now. Okay, so a few days ago, I told you all, I said, do not work with Genesis 8 figures, okay? Because you put them in your scene and they just look horrible, okay? And they just don't, well, that may be because they have changed the renderer in Daz to favor PBR textures. And so I just, every time I put a Genesis 8 figure in the scene, it's only after a very short amount of time that I just realize, what the heck did I put that in for? And then I want to switch, and I've already got their clothes on them, and I got them in their pose, and I've got them all their hair and all this stuff, and it seems like too late, and they look like crap in the scene. This is how we fix that, so that we can use our Genesis 8 figures with the Genesis 9. You can just put the Genesis 8 figure in the scene, use all the clothes and stuff and hair and stuff and if you will notice that a lot of the Genesis 9 products that come out now, which have PBR, like hair and clothing and all they almost always come out with Genesis 8 versions of the hair and the clothes. So they're not just putting out Genesis 9 stuff. They're putting out Genesis 9 and Genesis 8, which also works with 8.1 in most cases as well. So not everything, but many, many clothing and hair things that come out are still support Genesis 8. They have a Genesis 8 version, okay? So what I'm going to do is retract that statement not to use Genesis 8 because of this product here, this One Click PBR conversion product. Because if you purchase this product, and unfortunately it's not on sale, I do not buy it until it goes on sale. I'm sorry, but I say that because I believe other people are poor like me. And I just don't want people to go out and buy something when we're all kind of poor, okay? And so what we're going to do is we're going to go here to Default, and I'm going to pick a Genesis 8 figure. We're going to put that figure in the scene, and then we're going to analyze it a little bit, okay, because it's going to have an Iray texture. It's not going to have a Genesis. It's not going to have a PBR texture. It will have an Iray texture. Now, Genesis 8.1, many of the figures for Genesis 8.1, that's when PBR came out. So a lot of Genesis 8.1 figures have PBR textures. So keep that in mind. All right, so it's going to be a while before I get to my Genesis 8 figures. Let's see now. if I just click figures, that might help. All right. And we're going to go a little faster down through here. I think we're at Genesis 8 already. Okay, so you know when you put in your Genesis 8 figures and you say, oh my gosh, this figure looks like crap. You know, some of your Genesis 8 figures have really nice skin, but some of them just don't. And you bring them in, that's because it's Iray. That's why, okay? Now, I don't know that absolutely for sure, but I'm learning that, okay? Because once I switch these characters to PBR, let's pick just anyone here. This is Genesis 8 male. This is Bjark. All right, I think that's how you pronounce his name. And this is Bjark for, okay, and let's make sure, okay, this is a Genesis 8 male. Let's bring him in. Okay, and we got to put some pants on him. So this, we're gonna get to see what Iray looks like in this Daz renderer that seems as though it's been modified to work better with PBR. So maybe this isn't exactly the way Bjark, but I will tell you, I've been working with Genesis 8 figures for years and years, and you put two Genesis 8 figures in the scene together and they look horrible together. Oops, I'm sorry here. We got to go to texture shaded, and let's kind of do this number until we get some pants on Bjark. All right, so what we're going to do now is scripts. I have some underwear for him. Genesis 8 briefs. There, let's keep it safe for the kids. And why are these briefs not fitting him? Because he's so fat. All right, here we go. So let's find the, okay, I don't think I put them on him. I think I put them just in the scene. I don't think I fit them to him. Let's get rid of them. Scripts. Okay, this would be here. Underwear, briefs. Let's try again. This time it's gonna work. There we go. Now, when we look at him in Iray, it's just his skin. It's very well made, because if you get in here and look at it, he's got a little mole here. He's got hair here embedded in here. Got little moles and little, like, it looks like little bits of hair that he's tried to shave off a little bit. His face got a little bit of stubble here. He looks, it looks like they tried really hard, but he looks green. He just looks kind of sickly. It doesn't, and that's the problem, is that when you bring an Iray figure in, it's like what I call gamut. It's like the gamut of their skin is all off. He's too green, so I would have to go in and take the green down in his skin. Okay? And that's not an easy task. Most people just don't really know how to do that, and they end up with figures that just, his skin is too green. Okay. So what we're going to do is convert him. So I have this PBR product. Okay, now what I'm going to explain to you next, okay, is because you have two options to convert their skin. One option is PBR, One Click PBR convert to PBR skin, says create translucency. The other one says keep translucency. Okay, so which one do you, I know, it's like that's what my brain does. That's like eeny, meeny, miny, mo, okay, kind of thing. Okay, so, but I decided to keep the translucency. Well, Silas came in and explained what that means, okay? So what you do, you have to go into shaders, okay, and then you click Genesis 8 male, then you go down, you click skin, you go down one more and isolate one of these, like face, it doesn't matter, like it could be legs or torso, You wouldn't want to do mouth or anything like that. You'd want to do skin parts, okay? You'd want to do legs or torso or arms, okay, or head. They don't know if they have head. I don't think they do. Okay. Then what you do is you put your mouse, see base color, and you go translucency color. You put your mouse over each one of these. And as you note, if you notice here that this image for base color looks a little darker than the translucency color. The translucency color looks a little bit lighter. That means that Bjork here has a different transparency map for his body, all of his face and body textures, okay? And if you look at the name of the file, you see this says, this is after you look after the last /, and it says FWM3D underscore Bjork underscore face diff.jpg, okay? But this one says face SSS.jpg. Well, what that means is they're different files, okay? And so you have to find out if the artist took the time to make a different translucency colors. Because a lot of times they'll just use the base map here as the translucent. They use the exact same map, and I can show you many Genesis 8 figures that have the same translucency map as the base color. If that is the case, if they both have the same translucency color, then when you go up here and use this PBR skin, that's when you want to create the translucency, okay? Because what it does is it creates a translucency from the base map that is a little bit lighter like this, and that's what is required for a good translucency map, is for it to be a couple of shades lighter, okay? So, but because Bjork has his own transparency map, we don't need to do that. So we go into favorites, we go to and it says keep translucency. So it's kind of easy. It's not that hard. That's what Silas said. That's what is required. It's to have a washed out color for subsurface. And Jerry, exactly. It seems strange. Yes, it does to me, because I would think it would be darker. Okay, but we're gonna go. I have more to teach about this. It's gonna be. You guys are gonna enjoy learning this stuff. So I think this is very enjoyable. So what we're going to do is, because this has the correct, according to Silas, this is supposed to be lighter, okay, looking by he said a couple of shades, and which is quite precise actually. I think so this has its own transparency, a separate transparency map. So what we do is we go PBR skin and say keep, not transparency, translucency map. So we keep the translucency, we run the process, okay? And apparently I think there was a problem with the glossiness on the skin, that when this product first came out, the figures were coming out really glossy, and they knocked that down a couple of shades as well, so that when you do, now what it's doing is it's changing every texture. This is such a time saver. This is a one-click PBR. It really, really, really is. But then you have to modify it a little bit after, just have to change a few things sometimes. But what we're going to get now is, now look, that green ugliness is gone. And you want to talk about realism? That looks more real to me, okay? Suddenly and it means that he's going to fit with other characters. He looks like that's way better, isn't it? And Jerry, this is so exciting. He's a Genesis 9 figure now. And the thing is I would say, but the thing is this One Click PBR has got to work on every single figure, and it's applying the same kind of thing to everything. So you might say, okay, well, I think his skin looks a little too light, and I think his skin looks a little too shiny. Well, guess what? In this PBR product, we have now what I would do, okay? What I would do to fix this prior to this product, me really understanding how to use this product, was to make him a little darker. I would bring the translucency weight up a little bit, and that would darken him a little bit. Silas said, no, do not mess with the translucency weight, because he said, if you bring it down, it will make his skin too opaque. If you mess with the translucency weight, if you bring it up, it will make him look see-through. Okay? He says, do not mess. He says, the way you fix the skin, brightness of the skin, is with gamma. Okay? And it's like, what, really? What, gamma? Gamma? This like, I've heard of gamma in regard to Daz figures, but it's like there's no slider for gamma. Where's the gamma slider? There isn't one. So, but he supplies us with one. And it's a little bit convoluted because you have a different gamma for skin, lips, and nails than you do for mouth and teeth. Okay, so you can set the mouth and teeth a little darker. Now I'm going to tell you something that Silas also told me, that this does not convert the eyes to PBR. Okay, because it said when they tried to convert the eyes to PBR, they came out too dark and they came out too veiny and red. Okay, what? Now that doesn't compute in my head. But what that means is basically you can still just switch out eyes with other characters. I don't think it really matters. Those eyes don't look any less realistic than they look fine. They look very natural with them. So you can just go and click on him, this Genesis 8 male, and still just switch his eyes with other Genesis 8 figures. Not 9, 8, okay? And his eyes will just switch out fine. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to mess with the gamma on his skin, and let's look what happens. We have the diffuse textures, lightness, and the textures. So we can make just see what happens when we bring it. It kind of takes a moment to Iray preview for it to change, but okay. So I just darkened him a little bit with the diffuse, and what happened to that? It's right here still. And we'll go with a little bit with the darkest. And that just darkened it a little bit, okay? Just gave us a little bit more. So that's how you it's all part of this. So what you do is you go and install this product on your computer, and then you add it to your favorites, but you give it its own folder, and then you put all 4, 5, 6, all 8, and there's also a help file if you want. You put all 8 items in the folder, okay? And then you're done. Then they're right there. Now the next one that we get is shine, and obviously he's a little bit too shiny for my like too. So we're going to go skin first, and look how easy this is. He just gives us a roughness, and if we want him less shiny, we got to make him a little more rough. And you just bring this slider up a little bit. Somebody has a chainsaw out front. I'm wondering if I should run for the hills. Now look what that did. See, and it's still a tiny bit too shiny for me. Don't take all the shine out, okay? Because it's not gonna, you say, oh, finally that shine is gone, but you need to have some shine in their skin. That's, there, look how supple and beautiful that looks. Except, but he's got Maybelline lip gloss on. And so we gotta fix his lips. So we go back up here to favorites, and that's where they give us the lips roughness. And so we bring the lips up. I think I'll leave the lips a little shinier than what we did with the skin. That's a general rule that I do, kind of keep maybe a little less. So there we go. Let's see what we got, because I have to do this in Iray. There. Now look at this. Now he now will stack up to any Genesis 9 figure, okay? When you put a Genesis 9 figure in, they're going to look like they belong together, okay? So, that's pretty much how you do it. And now if I were to open his mouth and find out his teeth are too light and that they're way too shiny, well, we have them for, we can change mouth and teeth, okay, and make them darker or lighter. And we also have mouth and teeth, and we have nails. So if we were to go down to his nails here and take a look at them, and I usually find that even that the nails don't need to be touched, that they kind of look okay, the way right converted the way they do, but they do look a little tiny bit kind of yellow, a little bit yellow to my eyes, but that's fine. A little bit too shiny, I think. So we just go here to the most used. Okay, no, skin PBR. And this would be roughness on the nails. Let's just take some of the shine off the nails. Maybe that's all it is they're just too glossy. And a little more. And I would say that the nails are a little too dark. So let's raise the gamma up a little bit on the nails. Favorites. PBR Skin. And we have gamma for skin, lips, and nails. So well, that's kind of bad that they're all together. But we don't want to go darkest. We want to go a little lighter on the nails. Make sure the lips come out okay. There. Accept. And let's see if the lips came out okay. They're kind of all tied in. How you change. There is a product that you can buy that's a gamma. That works only with gamma. The lips are fine. So we give him some hair now. He's still Genesis 8, okay? But yeah, look at the realism we have now. Okay, and yes, he would export into Blender much easier. Now, and Cherry, I think it was you who asked me about how to export him into Blender, okay? And I'm going to tell you, it's easy. Yeah, I think that's what it is, the leaf blower, actually. You know what? I'm a singer, and I sing sometimes at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll just turn on my microphone and start doing Pavarotti and everything, and my neighbors never complain. And So, yeah, Daz to Blender bridge isn't broken. It's just not, it's not implemented, okay? Everybody's Daz to Blender bridge doesn't work. There are a bunch of volunteers. It's open source. The whole Blender, all those bridges are made by volunteers. Daz offered the source code to Daz Studio and allowed them to make those bridges. And so they're just not, they're plugging away at it. Maybe one day it will come up to the level of diffeomorphic, but they're just not there yet. They have, you know, broken is when they put it in and it doesn't work, and but it's more like they just haven't put it in yet. They haven't implemented poses. They haven't implemented a lot of things. Okay, so it's just not there yet. Now, so I was just going to say that you can use diffeomorphic, and he looks really gray because he's in a gray room. Okay, I'm not going to make him darker because he's in a gray. You know, all the lighting in here is kind of gray, and it's all coming off this gray world. So, but I believe if we just switch this to another HDRI, that all of a sudden his skin would just respawn beautifully. So I was just going to say that that diffeomorphic, you know that it's just very easy. It's just a few clicks and you can bring your figure right into Blender, and everything will come in except some hair products. Okay, don't come in. They just don't, Blender doesn't know what to do with them. And I think it's the strand-based hair. So that's just, they're not going to work. And that's not because diffeomorphic's broken. It's because Blender doesn't understand that kind of hair. They haven't implemented that in Blender. So if that happens, and if it's hair that you absolutely have, but it seems as though what you're bringing your characters into Blender to do stuff with the skin, okay? Now, and to sculpt their bodies, okay, into things. So you don't need the hair, because you're going to export it out and bring it back in. Then you can put the hair on the figure back once it's back in Daz and all. Okay, now the part I can't help you with is getting it out of, at least not yet, okay? But I'm just trying to kind of tell you what's easy and what's not. And what's not easy is getting the figure back into Daz, okay? And basically, you can take that figure and just save it as an FBX. But the Daz, now, I'm not going to say that the Daz FBX is, well, I guess I might as well give them the benefit of the doubt. That the Daz, the FBX exporter from Blender to Daz, is it broken or is it just not implemented in Daz yet? And I tend to think that it worked at one point, but Blender changed the textures and changed all of the way Blender works, and then when you go to export it, it's a whole different new thing that it's trying to export, and Daz doesn't know how to understand it. That is the hard part, okay, is getting it back into Blender. Getting the figure back into Daz, and what that might require is just if you're shaping the body and you're not working with the textures. You see, I don't know a lot about it, but I know that you can't change the geometry, you can't change the bones, you can't change a lot of things, or else it's when you bring it back into Daz, it's not going to look at it like it's a Genesis figure anymore. And so FBX is the way to try and get that figure back out of Blender, back into Daz. Now, when I use the FBX to try to bring anything into Daz, you might want to experiment with using the Daz beta, okay, to import FBX. Because if they're going to experiment and try to fix the FBX importer, it would be with the Daz beta that would first come out with some kind of new FBX importer. So they're trying to fix this stuff by switching Daz to PBR and all of that. That means that if those are all PBR textures in Blender, then it doesn't have to convert them back to Iray. They're going to stay in PBR. They're trying to fix all this. They're laying out the groundwork. They're trying to get it all fixed. I would assume that's what's happening. So now what I do with my figures, okay, Bjork's a little bit rough around the edges. He's kind of a little bit dorky looking. I always go into the parameters. It's just something I always do, and dial down the head a little bit. Just make him a little prettier looking. Suddenly he's just, take some of this Kjaer down a little bit. Make him more a little bit like Genesis 8. Genesis 8 is just beautiful, always beautiful. You can always kind of just take down his looks a little bit so he's not quite so, but it's a matter of taste. Maybe bring a little more of Bjork back. So, yeah. And so this is a, now I'm going to, I was going to go into 3D, there's a program called 3Delight to Iray, because I was assuming that this One Click PBR didn't work with Genesis. Let's try another extreme now. I'd love to work with Bjork right now because he looks so beautiful. I just love to make a scene with him in it, okay? But but I could just do this with any Genesis 8 figure, bring them in, run them through the PBR, and get some really nice skin that's going to look good with all of the other figures, okay? So we're going to delete him now. Let's go to a Genesis now, something we know has not got Iray, but it's got 3Delight, okay? And let's see the massive difference that we get from taking a Genesis 3 figure, which you know when you bring those Genesis 3 figures in, they look horrible. Look at these. They look all like cartoon figures, okay? And let's see. Now, there are some of these odd figures that have like they're like Genesis 6, or you know they're actually like Michael. This is Michael 6. I would assume this is a Genesis 2 figure. Okay, so we go into Michael 6, and he's going to look horrific when we bring him in here. He's just like cartoonish, like Jay said. He's going to look cartoonish, and so this One Click PBR is a way to take your Genesis 2 figures and make them look like Genesis 9. Okay? And the thing is a lot of your Genesis 8 stuff works with Genesis 3 as well. They have Genesis 3 versions. They will work with Autofit. So it's just all of a sudden you have figures, Genesis 3 figures, you can use them with the Genesis 9 figure, and they're not going to look like you've got a cartoon person right up next to a, maybe, we'll see. That's what we're going to try to see, is how do they stack up with a Genesis 9 figure. So it's taking a while to read Michael 6. I think Michael 6 would be, yes, it says Genesis 2 male. Oh, this is Genesis 2. I don't know if this said it worked with Genesis 2. Yes, Genesis 2 male. So yes, so this works with everything. So this is cool. Because Genesis 2 is like the bottom of the bucket, okay? It's like stick figure kind of thing. So it's when they used to just patch their parts of their body together like Frankenstein. So we're going to be able to see how, because this is definitely going to probably be 3Delight. I don't think this is Iray. And the way to tell is just to look into their skin at first and see if it's diffused. And I also learned another thing, that the translucency, you know how every skin has like the base and the translucency? Well, there was a time when the translucency was only a black and white image. Okay? And Iray, I believe when Iray came along, it got switched to a color image. So, yeah, look at this. It's just, this isn't too bad. But imagine now what's going to happen here when we, and he is a beautiful figure, other than the fact that he is, that his skin is kind of, his skin isn't that bad. It's not that bad. But what happens now when we switch his skin to PBR? Now, first we're going to take a look at his surfaces and make sure. Yes. So this says diffuse color. He is 3Delight. Okay, so this is a perfect example of how we do this. So we go to skin. This, I don't even know how to do this stuff with. Okay, surfaces. Let's go to head. Let's just look at this. Now we have, see our diffuse color. And see, he doesn't even have pre-SS and post-SS. I can't even understand all this, okay? All these, because it's a language that I'm not used to dealing with. This ambient color and diffuse color. So we're going to just instantly be able to understand this once we switch him. Now, so we're going to go here. Now, I'm going to, because I don't see a transparency. This might be the transparency, but we don't want, we want to create our own that says bump. So to me, bumps are bumps, transparencies are diffuse color, that we know that's the main color. I don't see any other image here other than the normal map. So we got a specular color too. So it's time to switch this, and we're going to create a translucency. All right, let's do it. What happens? Now, I'm going to say that right off the bat that this is, what we're going to see is something now that we can understand, okay? Because I think a lot of people don't know really their way around 3Delight. So what this means is you don't have to use like a 3Delight converter that just converts anything, a chair or a... See, I have a program, it's called 3Delight to Iray, okay? And we don't really want it to go to Iray. We want it to go to PBR. Now, this will not convert just anything. I believe you have to have it only does characters. It doesn't like convert a chair from 3Delight. in order to convert a chair, I would say is to use the RISI 3Delight. Let's see. 3Delight to Iray. Where is it? Let's try the word converter. 3Delight to Iray converter. Let's see. Okay, here it is. So this will at least get you in the ballpark. That'll get you into, you know, so it says compatible figures. It does figures here, okay, and it converts them to Iray, but this also does stuff. It does the whole room. See, this was the room before. This is the room after. Okay, it does anything. It'll do a bench. It'll do anything. I'm not too pleased the way this works with figures because it messes up their eyes. It does a bunch of really weird stuff with them. So I wouldn't use this for figures, but it definitely will work with items. So he's done. Okay, now he has a base color. He has a translucency, and let's see, the translucency color is 1 CBR PBR 5. Let's see. Yeah, see, so now this has a different file name for the translucency than it does for the base color. And he doesn't look that much different. And his eyes are kind of staring out like in a weird way, but now we have also, I would say his skin is maybe a little darker than Bjork was, but that doesn't look too bad right there. I mean, put some real hair on him and everything, and cover up that skull, the painted on hair, but that is not bad. And he now will, and now you have a color that you can kind of understand. This has got base color now. It's got translucency. And like I said, if you need to lighten his skin, don't use the translucency slider. Go up here. I think his skin is, I would say, to take a little bit of red out, maybe just a little bit here. Okay, because his skin looks a little bit red to me. So I would do that here. A little more, cancel. Okay, I'm just doing his head, Z. Okay, I just messed up. Okay, we have to do the whole, we have to select all of his skin. And now when you come here and select skin, it selects properly also. So we go to the translucency color now. Just bring this down a little bit. Okay, and see, there's the red's gone. Now it's too much green. I think I'm going to want him a little more on the blue side. So, but that's how we change the, now that looks a little more natural. Okay, to just take a little bit of red and blue out of there. But then he's a little bit too dark. And so we can now go into this. Instead, we don't drag down the translucency weight because that would definitely lighten it, but it would make his skin too opaque. We want to go to this gamma, skin, lips, and nails. And we'll bring this down a little bit, like here. And bring the lightest down. We only have a little bit to work with, but it'll be enough to bring him down. There we go. See, that's how you work with, that's how you lighten out the skin a little bit. Is to bring him into, and that's a little bit too much now, I think. I think I've took too much out. He looks like a ghost. Let's go back in to PBR, skin, and let's bring the this lightest up here. Translucency color. I think that works. Now that was skin, lip, and nails, and lips and nails. I think for brightness. Now look at his nails, look very natural. His hair looks natural. So yeah, now he's Genesis 2. I don't have some ready pants for him right now. But let's bring a Genesis 9 figure in and just see if he looks like cartoonish to him. So we go to figures, click here. Let's bring in Victor. We'll go all the way with the HD and all that stuff. Now remember, he's got to have a Genesis 3 pose, Genesis 2 pose. So this basically, this is a figure that I've never loaded into a scene because it was like, it's Genesis 2. I don't want a Genesis 2 figure. Every time I've tried to load a Genesis 2 figure in, they have looked horrible. He looks really nice. So, yeah. And all of a sudden, you know, I think a lot of people would see this guy in a scene and not know, you know, it's like they're going to know Callan, they're going to know Roy, they're going to know a bunch of, or Holt, they're going to know these other figures, but would they know him? I don't think so. It's just, there'd be a very few people that say, oh, that's Michael 6. You know, that's a Genesis 2 figure. And what's nice is like the color of his nipples and everything. They didn't like go all black on us and everything. It's just like they changed with the skin and still retain. They still fit in the skin. His lip color didn't just like completely freak out and all. So let's get another figure in here. We'll put them side by side and see what they look like. All right. What have we? We got 2 PBR figures. Now, I would say the gamma on, I think we can just select Victoria and change her gamma, you know, now without having to. So we have now some sort of India god here. Let's see. I just become despondent when things like this. Like, what do I do? Parameters, and we go to Victoria 9. X translate, that might help. Go out of Iray for a moment here. Okay, let's put them both here together. Well, this Victor, actually, he's the male version of Victoria. But Victoria's got... They are... That was a car. That was a hovercraft. It's the loudest version, okay, of a car that you can have. I think he just looks beautiful. All right, let's see what we can do here with this. Okay, so his skin looks a little bit green. You know, in some ways, you know, I think they both still fit. Now, I think I might have lightened him a little too much. But we could take her. Now, let's see what happens when we go to this PBR skin. And we're going to go the gamma. Let's lighten her gamma a little bit. See, you don't want to change their translucency. You want to lighten the gamma. And she has too much red in her skin. Okay, let's click here and let's just lighten her a little bit more. And we'll accept, and let's take some of this red out of her skin. He's got a lot of green in his skin. Again, I'm becoming despondent here. Victoria. Okay, we're going to go to skin. We're going to take some of this red out. And some of the blue. And leave the green behind. There. Now we take a little more blue. And see, now they look about kind of like the same. It's not too, they don't look completely different. In fact, I think, you know, the old Daz artists, they put a lot of time. I believe this Victoria 9 skin is actually, might be 8K, or it might be the HD is 8K or something. There's some 8K factors, or it might just be the maps, the Victoria, these SS maps or something. I'm not sure. But there's something that's supposed to be much higher quality. This, now he's got too much green. And so we select go back to his skin. And we'll bring the green down a little bit. Okay, that's too much. Bring the red down a little more. Yeah, and the green a tiny bit more. There. I think his skin looks better than Vic's skin. And that's, well, you know, there's more, he's got more cut to his body, but it's just the way that the skin here is the Victoria textures, so it's just the difference. But the hair looks really bad on him, so we take, because it's painted on, it just gives a bad, so we would have to find a hair, filter by context, and there are not many Genesis 8 hair, 3 Genesis 2 hairs that work with Genesis default. Let's see what we have here. Where is the actual hair? Okay, Tyler, it says Genesis 2. Let's see if it will fit on this. No, this looks terrible. Genesis 3 male. It's going to try to put it on. Let's see. I didn't know that Genesis, it worked backward. Autofit worked backwards. We might be able to use Genesis 8 hair on him. I mean, that's okay, but it looks, the hair now, I don't think that any of the hair from that era really looked good. That looks terrible. Let's see if we can put some Genesis 8 hair on him. We'll turn this off. We definitely can't put Genesis 9 hair on him, but we might be able to auto-fit some Genesis 8 hair on him. This is all Genesis 9. Okay, you can catch up now. Hair, let's go short. And let's try the Shy Guy hair. We got to select Michael. Okay, let's see how this works. Genesis. We'll try Genesis 3, see if that works. Will this work? This may be the killer of this, that if you can't auto-fit Genesis. Now there are conversions programs. This works. Looks like it's working. Yeah. And so, yeah, it looks kind of weird. Let's see if we can change the poses of the hair. Hair, poses, it's a little bit too long. Let's go with the short style. That kind of works. If he didn't have this pose and everything, I mean, if he wasn't, she looks more relaxed than he does. I think his eyes, we closed his eyes a little bit. Parameters, we go Michael, eyes, just kind of eyes squint, eyes closed. Just a little bit. There. That doesn't look bad. Now you know we get him in, we got him in kind of bright lighting and all and here, but so I think this figure is usable with a Genesis 9 figure. Now, I'm not sure that the hair is really the best hair. Let's just, now that we know we can auto fit hair, we'll go to Michael here again. They really painted on some beautiful hair on him too. It's too bad it's painted on. We go with the short hair, and let's go to shaved. Let's try this Genesis 8 male, Genesis 3. We'll go with the Genesis 3 male hair. Just give him a buzz cut kind of thing. Genesis 3 male, accept. See if it snaps to his head right. Come on. See, that works. That works nicely. Now I could mesh grab it a little bit because you can see a little bit. You can see his kind of a Spock look. I would say the color's too dark. What do we got for colors? Brown. We would want to use the Iray. That's still too dark. Brown. What about this brown? Yeah, that fits better with his eyebrows. He's got those Spock eyebrows. And what we could do is take his hair off. Let's see, we go to Michael 6. We could, there's probably maps. Oh, but if we switched the head map, then we would have to rerun the, so that's another thing to keep in mind, is that, to make sure that you have your eyebrows and all set the way you want them before you change. Now this pose here is terrible. Let's go here to this. And hair. I'm all croupy. I didn't sleep well last night. I had a really bad leg cramp. I get them. All right, so we're going to go to poses. And by function. And let's do standing. See what we can find for him. There we go, right there. Let's hide Victoria. We're kind of working on him. Let's get him some clothes. Wardrobe. I would assume that Genesis 8 clothes will also work on him. So you just turned off the context and it should auto fit him. Leisure t-shirt. Let's try this. This is Genesis 9. I don't think this will work, but let's try it. Genesis 9, accept. Will it work? Will it fix the boobs part? It probably should. Yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, and then we'll give him some pants. These are suit pants. So Genesis 9 clothing works on him. And we go to Genesis 9 MMX, whatever that is. I don't know what the MMX is. That may be a program, yes, that I yes, that I installed. It's a converter that you have to buy that converts Genesis 9 clothing to lower versions of Genesis. Now that is very nice. Very nice. Yeah, you just wouldn't believe that is a Genesis 2 figure. And let's we got some shoes for him. Let's go to this wardrobe, explore product. Doesn't come with shoes. Okay, those are the materials, all files. Wardrobe, I don't see any shoes. Wardrobe. Okay, so we'll just go to shoes. Shoops. Shoes. Those will work. Let's try it. Yeah, so you have to buy this converter that converts Genesis 9 clothes to Genesis to lower versions, and apparently it works with Genesis 2 as well. And then that will appear in your Autofit. That won't be just there for everyone. Genesis 9 to Rissy clothing converter. Let's see. Accept. Okay, clothing converter from Genesis 9 to Genesis 8. MMX. Genesis 9 clones. No, that's not it, but this looks like it's close to it. I don't think this is it, but let's see. Because this converts them all into a folder. Yeah, this is... I would stay away from this like a plague. I'm sorry, but it's just the way I am about that, because I've had my okay, let's type in, this is clones, okay. Autofit clone. Here, the Autofit clone you have been waiting for. Get a Genesis 9 Autofit clone for Genesis 2 female, Genesis male. Now you can use Genesis 9 outfits and hair on all your favorite Genesis figures. Not all Genesis 9 items work 100% with previous generations of Genesis figures. This is it. So you can take Genesis 8, 8.1, Genesis 3. These are all Genesis 9 clothes. Yeah, that's definitely Genesis 9 on a Genesis figure. So yeah, that's what happens is and this is on sale, okay? Buy it, okay? And then you can use your Genesis 9 clothing on your Genesis figures, okay? Only here at EZ3DTV will you learn all this cool stuff. Yeah, I get into this stuff. I really do. I get into it and study it so that I know it. So now we can put him in some kind. Let's see how his skin reacts to a. Let's save this, and we're gonna call this Michael. Is this Michael? Yeah, Michael 6. Michael 6. Michael 6. We're gonna call this PBR. Just to remind us what we were doing when we did this. This is a Genesis 2 figure, all right? This is unheard of so with Genesis 9 clothing, all right? So, yeah, let's take Victoria out of here. We just don't need her clogging up the scene right now. Let's put him in some kind of. So Genesis 2 with PBR textures and Genesis 9 clothing. And let's see what these boots look like. Okay, failed to save. I get that every once in a while from Daz. The reason why is because it's trying to upload the previous save to iCloud. So if I just do it again, wait a second, do it again, it'll save. I happen to have my stuff, my project files in a folder that gets uploaded to iCloud just in case my computer dies on me, and then I have my work and art and all that. I don't exclusively use iCloud. I also use OneDrive and I also use OpenDrive. So I have 3 different services. OpenDrive isn't automatic. You have to kind of like once a month or so just kind of open it up and make it upload. But OpenDrive is $9 for unlimited cloud storage. Unlimited. Yes, I said unlimited. $9 a month for unlimited cloud storage. That's OpenDrive. Probably my favorite, because I've used it the longest, is OneDrive. That's immediate. You save something into the folder, it goes to the cloud. And then my second favorite would be iCloud. And that's, again, you throw something in there, it goes up to the cloud immediately, and so that you have a copy on your computer and your copy on the cloud. But OpenDrive is for like oodles and oodles and oodles of data that I don't normally use. The Air Force is back with a vengeance again. I live in a city with an airport, so unfortunately. Now we're going to take a look at the shoes here. The shirt went on well, so it went on over this, but did the shoes? Because they were made for a different thing. So, but the shoes fit this outfit pretty nice. So what we got to do is click the pants. And we're going to go to tool settings. Again, real quick with mesh grabber. Just fix it. Here. 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 Okay, I need this a little bigger. Z, undo that one. We need this to be 7. Okay, and we're going to pull this out through here. And I'm going to pull this up. Pull that out a little bit here. I'm going to pull this up some more. Pull this up a little here. I think that's enough. We got the laces going through there and all. But I pulled that way out. Pants. Okay. Pants. All right, so I'm not going to worry about this too much. The black is going to hide it all. At least these ones are behind the bow. And we're going to just pull this out a little bit here. And we're not going to work too hard on this and this. I normally do, but I just don't want to spare you guys all the tedious. Anything that's too tedious is just a waste of your time. Okay, there we go. All right, that's the shoes for now. I just wanted to make sure they weren't just totally egregious. Now, what kind of bothers me about this is that there is a lot of Genesis 9 stuff that I like to use. I like to use the blemish stuff. I like to use the Genesis 9 body hair. There's a lot of stuff that I can't use with this. But, you know, as long as the figure doesn't look completely, he does not look out of place here, okay? He looks good here. So you can mess with him a lot, how to make him look the way he looks. He looks like he just got out of one of those Air Force planes that just flew over top. Has beautiful masculinity to him. So very, very nice. Now we're gonna go here to our, let's find an environment to put him in so that we can see how he melds, how his skin melds into the environment, if he just kind of like looks like a sore thumb, or whether if he looks good in the environments. With an Egyptian mud house, I don't know. I don't think so. Let's see. World builder. We could put him in a ultra scenery thing. Apartment corridor. He would kind of fit in there, like. But how about like a Polaris corridor? Something sci-fi. Okay, environments. Right click, merge. Let's try this. Let's make him into a sci-fi guy. You like his haircut? Well, that's one of my favorite. Now look at that. Now his skin, it is responding right to this room. I would say I'd like to put a spotlight on him though. What's that under his chin? It looks like he's got a shadow, a really weird shadow there. Okay. So let's give him a spotlight to kind of brighten him up, make him pop out of the scene. Art, welcome, friend, welcome. Thank you for the cheers. Thank you. You are going to I think you're going to want to go back and watch the beginning part of this so that you won't miss it. So, because this has been a massive, this figure right here, we put PBR skin on. We used a One Click PBR program from Daz Studio. We put PBR skin on him now, and this is a Genesis 2 figure. Yes. Yeah. Yes, this is a Genesis 2 figure with Genesis 9 clothing. Yeah, so this is big. Okay, this basically opens your entire, because like when I said don't use Genesis 8 figures and don't use Genesis 2, from my perspective, without the PBR skin and without the the Genesis. Now, I wonder if you can use Genesis 8 eyes on the Genesis 2 figure. Wouldn't that be interesting to kind of play around with? So, but let's give him a light. And I don't think we've got to give him a warm light, too warm of a light, because he's okay, so now I'm going to tell you something. When I put a camera in, I just say copy the perspective view, okay? But when I put a spotlight in, I always use default settings because I don't want anything changing. Spotlights are very complex things, and I just don't want like the view or anything altered in my spotlight. I want it default. Okay, and so I always choose, for a camera, I'll just say, well, choose the perspective view and copy that. But for a spotlight, I always just go with default settings because I don't want my spotlight messed with, okay? So just something to think about. Now we're going to go out of mesh grabber mode so that everything looks right. And that is what I do with spotlights, is always use I see a foot tread here, Control 9. Okay, I'm going to turn back on my things so when I use hotkeys, you guys can tell which ones I'm using. Okay. Wow, he looks really good I think he's looking up a little bit. It fixes, his eyes get fixed a little bit when we get the right angle, but I'm not gonna go very high down because he's already got a shadow under his. Let's though come in from an angle. A little bit like this. So we have a little bit of drama there. Rembrandt lighting. And now we go back to our perspective view. And we're going to add Now what that just did, that just turned off. No, I guess I don't have a camera light, so we're going to go new camera, and now I do copy the perspective view for the camera. Okay, now let's see what this looks like in Iray, and we'll give the spotlight a little bit of lumens. Yeah, so this is a really good tutorial today on resurrecting your so I've never even seen this figure before, because I would never use a Genesis 2 figure in a scene. And, you know, I had a big thing with Michael 4 where I just couldn't stop using him in scenes. This would be really nice if you could convert Michael 4 to PBR. That would be really nice. But so we're going to go one more here, one more up on the spotlight. I just think it's got to go 3 maybe. 3. It looks like this room has some kind of atmosphere in it. It's just, and it's not really showing up really well, but it looks like he's standing on the ground, and his hair is too red. I think it should just be a tiny bit, you know, it matches his eyebrows, but I think I'm going to leave his hair. And now what I wish I had here, he looks like he's kind of scowling a little bit. I don't think that's really the way his face looks. It's just not reticulating very quickly, and I think it's this scene because there's just some kind of atmosphere that they've added here. You have to really kind of break down these scenes until you find they got meshes, they got all kinds of little teeny, look at the little lights, they got just every kind of little light everywhere. So that's why this isn't, because they have so many different forms of lights in this scene. And so it takes a while for this to reticulate and come in. So now I think his skin's a tiny bit pale, which nice. We can go right into this gamma, and we don't have to mess with the translucency and balancing the translucency between the base. We can just come into this gamma for skin, and we can just go diffuse textures and just change his skin and make it a little darker like this. We got the diffuse and we got these. And so it's not changing the translucency. It's not, because Silas, who said, don't mess with the translucency sliders, because you'll make their skin either too transparent or you'll make it too opaque. Mess with the gamma. And that's how you change the darkness and lightness of the skin. So there it is, just a little darker. Let's see how this renders. Okay, let's go to render settings. We'll render this at 2000, progressive renders, maximum samples, maximum time. I don't have to put an HDRI in this. That's nice. Save it again. And I don't have to set optimization to memory. We don't have, so I think his skin looks a little dark, but it's nice still. It's still nice. His eyes are very hypnotic. Let's see, let's click render. Let's see what we've got here. We have another scene that we have created. Look at this. He's got like hazel eyes. Come on, let's see another iteration. It's still, come on. It's doing it very gradually. We're up 350 and we're still at, and it's still grainy world. But it'll come through. I wonder if this is a little bit of his hair showing. I wonder if that's a mesh grabber issue. We're only up at 500. This is a massive, this hallway, I think it's new. This hallway is just a hog. So look at this. Look what we have. We have veins here in this Genesis 2 figure. Oh, that's not a vein. That's a shadow of his shirt. I thought, wow, that's a big vein. But I think that's a shadow of his shirt. His hair is still too red, but it's not. That's the only thing it doesn't convert are the eyes. I guess they said that when they converted the eyes to PBR that they went black and they went dark and they went red. And so they leave the eyes alone, which is kind of nice again. So I said, so you can just take and add the eyes from another figure and it's not going to have, like, it's just going to be still come good. So the Iray eyes are left. But we also went here into this art just to kind of, because I care about running over things and catching you up, even though you may have come in late. That's not your fault. So Daz Studio transitioned Genesis 9 while we're waiting for this to render. Genesis 9 to PBR. Now what I did was I went down and clicked on this Copilot in Windows and I said, why did Daz Studio switch Genesis 9 to PBR textures? And what the Copilot did was it went to the Daz forums and found all that information for me in the space of about 3 seconds and gave me these bullet points that it pulled out of the forums and in about 3 seconds, 4 seconds. And it says, realism and consistency. PBR textures provide a more realistic rendering experience. And my question was, from what? Well, the answer, obviously, if they've just went from Genesis 9 to PBR, it's from Iray. They're saying that that PBR textures are more realistic than Iray. Okay? There it is. Okay? It doesn't say it, but it implies it. By adopting PBR, Daz ensures consistent material behavior across different figures and scene. That is very important, like I guess, because now, look at this Genesis 2 figure looks like he belongs in this scene. Okay? He fits in this. He doesn't look like a cartoon figure in the scene. He looks like he's a part of the scene. And Cherry was just absolutely delighted when we converted our first figure. He just said, that looks so much better. I think his hair's too red, but it's okay. Some people have red hair. There again, it does fit into the scene. It's not, and his eyebrows are red. It's like if I make his hair darker, it's not going to match his eyebrows. So he is a beautiful, beautiful man. I totally missed the boat with Genesis, with Michael, Michael. Of my other 3D Daz community, your videos are all quite informative. Well, yeah, thank you for sharing me far and wide. It was you who asked me about the sculpting tutorial. I have a Blender sculpting tutorial. Okay, you have to look back, but it just on my channel. I learned this from Jay. Okay, so if you go to YouTube, which would be let's see, I can't just do that. I think I have to. Let me see now. Come over here because my browsing history is kind of private on YouTube. So what I'll do is turn off my workstation for a moment until I can get to my browsing history. Being a gay guy, it's not something I just want everybody to see. And I'm also very political and into left-wing politics. I'm sorry. So, that's me. So I'm going to switch account, and I'll go to my EZ3D channel, and even that browsing history is not something that is public. I do have a real life, and I'm not bothered by my life. I'm not something that the FBI would be interested in. There's I'm an open book, but I just don't think that that going. Okay, so if I go to, I switched my channel to this. I am an open book. Your channel. Okay. Now, if I go to my channel, now I can turn this back on. We go to workstation, okay, and this is my my channel here, and this is our live video here. But if you go to my EZ3DTV channel, and you see this little magnifying glass, I learned this from Jay, and then you can search Blender. And you'll find every video on my channel where Blender is mentioned. Okay? And as you can see, there are a lot of them where I go into Blender. All right, so they may not all be specifically about Blender, because I'm looking at a lot of these and thinking these are not Blender. Okay, Reallusion. Oh gosh, yeah. As you can see, I've been busy. I have been busy on this channel. All of these things, So, but I'm glad that the channel didn't really take off, because I've had to learn. I've had to become better at being live. I've just had, it's been a learning experience for me to learn. But oh my gosh, when I look back here, this is a lot of stuff. And that's from 3 months ago. Oh, that's 2 years ago. So it's not going in time and all. So by the time, but this was a really nice tutorial. I look back, these tutorials, yeah, so you just want to look up Blender, and the one, see if I can find it for you. It would be probably up in the top here, these top videos. All right, it says use Diffeomorphic to export everything to Blender. That's a place to start, and that's the top one. These top ones actually have Blender in the title, okay? How to render Daz scenes in Blender. Detangle clothing, okay. Blender bridge, okay. So these ones were when I thought the Blender bridge was everything, until I realized it couldn't do hardly anything. But I support the Blender bridge very, very much. Now, one of these is how to render Daz scenes in Blender. Live editing session. Okay, creating contoured land for Daz in Blender. So I bring a plane in, contour the land, and bring it back into Daz. Clothing, diffeomorphic. Okay, one of these has to do with sculpting, and here it is. Daz to Blender and using sculpting tools. Yeah, that's the one you want to watch, okay? Now, the thing is that I can learn, I could do more with Blender sculpting tools, but you know what, Anus? I pretty much in this video, even though I didn't use every sculpting tool, I used the ones that were kind of the ones that most people are going to use to like fix clothing and just not to necessarily create a maybe if you wanted to take I look so funny there, so stupid there. It just, I don't know, it's like funny. I don't know. Like it's like I've become a 3D model. So it's funny. Yeah, the thing is that what I would suggest. Yeah, I knew. You knew what was coming, right? Yeah, you knew what I was going to say. You're very, very perceptive, my friend. It's like if you want to sculpt, go to ZBrush, okay? And that's really. But Anus, if somebody bought you like a year's subscription to ZBrush, would you really just all of a sudden go 100% into sculpting characters? Or would you eventually miss like making scenes? Okay, that's like art makes a scene. Art has got it. Yeah, you did. I was just about ready to say it, and you knew what was coming. So, art makes a scene. Are you really a sculptor, or are you a scene builder? And I'll leave that at you. You have to decide that. I don't want to, imply anything either way. But if you had ZBrush, which there are many, many, many tutorials on YouTube about how to sculpt in ZBrush, much, much more than I would ever be able to help you with ZBrush. ZBrush is the sculpting platform, okay? And so if you had ZBrush, would you really stop making scenes so you could sculpt, 90? Would you stop buying Daz stuff? Would you stop and just... So, and I make a scene, somewhat throw political messages in my render. Good. Good. That's what it's about. That's the way to convey political messages and ideas. And yeah. Yeah, well, that's... all right, so... What I would suggest is if you're going to use Blender for minor sculpting, I would then instead use Hexagon instead of Blender, okay? Because Hexagon will bring your figure right into Hexagon, allow you to do your sculpt, and then bring your sculpt back in as a morph. Watch the... Now here you can go back to this and type in Hexagon. And I know you've seen these ones as well. Detangle clothing in Hexagon and Daz Studio. This is how, you could even... Hexagon, this gets explained. Hexagon has the tools you need, okay, to fix clothing, to fix and to do... if you want to do a few morphs on their faces and stuff, yes, Hexagon has those tools. But the thing is that, and Hexagon is free, but you have to watch these tutorials, fixing Hexagon errors in Daz Studio. An internal error has occurred. Look, you two did for me. It's like I'm going like this. That's funny. It's like, okay. Oh, I embarrass myself, and then look at my face here. It's like, yeah, watch this crazy guy fix errors in Hexagon. So this is what you want to watch. This will teach you how to install Hexagon correctly, okay? Because Hexagon has some bad... Hexagon doesn't work like if you just install... Yeah, Hexagon... Oh, I got to get my mouse off. I can't stand watching that anymore. So Hexagon installs with your Daz, I believe, or maybe you have to buy it. You go to the store, to the Daz store here, and you type in Hexagon. And you put it in your cart. It's free. Okay, somewhere in here, this is it. It says free. Yeah, I'm embarrassed by that guy. And so what we have is the Hexagon. You have the Hexagon 2.5, and then you have the Hexagon Beta, all right? Hexagon 2.5 doesn't work, and half of the Beta doesn't work because the Beta is, half of the Beta is 32-bit, and the other half of the Beta is 64-bit. So you have to get the 64-bit version installed, and then you have then you have to make sure that Daz Studio is linked to the 64-bit version and not, so you'll know when you go into Daz, okay, and I think this is probably rendered now. Yeah, he looks pretty good here. So let's close this. Oh shoot, I closed it. So I'll have to render it again. Because I didn't realize it was actually done rendering. But we have this saved, okay? So when you go File, when I select him, Michael 6, all right? And then I go to File, Send to Hexagon, all right? This is how easy this works. It doesn't bring back in your character back into Daz. It brings the morph back, the changes that you made to it. Now, you see where this says up here 64-bit, okay? Doesn't know. I think he's cuter than me. File. 64-bit, okay? See, it's loading everything on him, okay? And you just, what you do, and it's probably going to crash because it's got too much stuff to load in, but it's got the shoes, it's got the pants, it's got the t-shirt, okay? And so all we're going to do is mess with, so we're going to turn off the shaved hair because that could be a problem. We're going to turn, if we're not going to edit the shoes, and we're not going to edit the t-shirt, and we're not going to edit, you want to leave Michael on so you can basically see. Yeah, this Meister Murlock's Hexagon videos. Nice. Yeah, there are, see, I'm not that proficient with the Hexagon. Hexagon only has a few tools, but they're the tools that you really need, okay? And so what you do is you select the pants, okay? You have to select the pants. And then you go here to UV and paint. And these tools right here, I don't know about I don't know what the displacement brush tool is, but these tools here that go here to the, now these paint tools, there's 3 of them. Soften, pinch, inflate, okay? Those 3, soften, pinch, and inflate. Those are just about all you need for most Daz stuff because one of them is to smoothen the mesh. The other one is to pinch the mesh and create like a seam. And the other one is to either push the mesh in or pull it out. Oh, it's nice to have you back, and Cherry. Yeah, so what we do is we select this soften tool, and you notice everything kind of changes color when we do that. It takes a moment. But this allows us to come into here. And now we can see our and you have to learn a few moves to move him around. But you can see now how the pants are fitting him. He's obviously, this is what's called a weight map, like mess. And so you come in here with the soften tool, and I'm going to make this just, you have to make it a little bit bigger or it doesn't work. And watch what this does. It just takes this. I don't want to soften that crease there. See what this is doing? Okay, we go around here. And we got this one here. It's usually here where you gonna have problems with. And look what that's doing. It's just taking that and fixing that. And no, this is not weight painting. This is mesh editing. Okay, and you see, you don't want to come in here because those are those cool like wrinkles in the pants. You know, maybe you can mess with them a little bit, but we're smoothing. We're here with the soften tool. Okay, and that is what we're, okay, you got to wait, let it finish its doing. It's going to write those into it. And these pants are the craziest looking pants because they don't have the geometry in it is not like squares that come, like they're weird. They have these weird like 5-point vectors in them. Okay, so we're just going to come in here. We're going to smoothen this part out right here. We're just going to focus on that area and that area alone. And hopefully it's going to pull in. We're going to make this a little bigger size. We can go a little more on the strength and size. See, we just pull that in like that. See, this is easy, and so we're not going to be bringing, like I said, we're not going to be bringing this figure, the whole figure in and all. We're just going to select the pants and bring this morph in. Okay, and that's kind of how you do it. You don't have to bring the figure back. All you got to do is bring the morph back. Okay, and so that is it. And once you get, see, now there are a lot of like creases and stuff. Don't smoothen them because it's going to make his pants look like they just are smooth. Now we have him coming through a little bit here. That's what this pull one is for. So when you click on another tool, it saves it. It saves it kind of to the thing and then switches you to another tool. And then we bring this tool up a little so it's bigger too. One of them push. Okay, this is the pull. It pulls, but if I hold, I think the alternate key or control key, it'll push, and it'll push it into his leg. But like I said, don't smooth these areas because those wrinkles there and these wrinkles here, that's what makes the pants look real, okay? And you know, I could pull, there's a few other spots here that I could pull on them. They're not that big because smoothing, mesh smoothing, in Daz will fix all that anyway. But this is where you do your editing. This is where I suggest doing it. Now, a few months ago, I would have said Hexagon is horrible. Don't do anything in Hexagon because it kept crashing on me. Now, this is the 64-bit version, and this, it's not perfect. Every once in a while, it will crash. But now I have the pants selected, right? So I'm going to go File, Send to Daz, and look what happens here. Look how easy. Okay, now I go to Daz. All right, and it should pop up. Come on. Where is it? There it is. It seems to work every time. And then we go here. It says Create a Morph. Okay, and we need to call it Hexagon Morph. The only one thing to change, you have one thing to change, and that is this reverse deformations. You right-click on that and click Yes on the word No. Click on the word No, and click Accept, and it'll say Created the morph successfully. All right, so then we go and see, I couldn't really see that down there in his pants, that his pants had that kind of thing. But if we go in and look, we're going to see that, yeah, it's pulling that little piece over. See that? It's there. It's messing it. I didn't notice it, but it's there. Okay, see how easy that was? But it does not look like it was remeshed before export of the final result. No, it won't work if it's remeshed going into... It won't come back in. You cannot remesh. It has to come back in as the exact same mesh. All we're doing is sculpting the mesh. We're not... there's another word for it. Topographic. We're not changing the topographics. That's another word. That's the type of how when you make that mesh, it's the art of making that is the topographics. Okay, so we now just go into parameters. We select the pants, which would be here. Leisure suit pants. We go here. And then we go all the way to the bottom because that's where it puts your new mesh. It's the last in the list. Hexagon morph. And we go like that. And it's gone. See? That's how you do this. You know, it's so unintuitive because what I'd like to do is just do it right here in Daz. Just smooth the mesh and be done with it. That's the way it should be, in my opinion, kind of. And then once you smoothen it, then it should pop up, you know, and say, would you like to save this as a morph? This smoothing, you know, this smoothing session. And then you could say, yeah. And that would be, then you could animate between your morphs. Okay, then you could say I smoothed this mesh I made this morph at this juncture in the animation, and then when I've animated and he moved his leg over here, I needed to smooth this, and so at that point I made that and morph and slid that slider. You can animate morphs, but you can't animate smoothing unless it's turned into a morph. You can't animate Mesh Grabber, but Mesh Grabber has a plugin that plugs into Mesh Grabber where you can turn Mesh Grabber, what you do with Mesh Grabber, into a morph. But what Mesh Grabber, the only thing Mesh Grabber does is it does push and pull. But in Hexagon, we get smooth. And we also get pinch. So we could like pinch this and create this kind of pinch here that we can't do in Mesh Grabber. You can't pinch and you can't smooth. You can only push and pull, and that's this one. That's the inflate tool, which is push, or you hold shift and it pulls, or you hold alternate one of them and it pulls. So you have push, pull, pinch, and soften. Those are, like, for making scenes, those are like the only tools that I really need are those three tools. I use Mesh Grabber every single scene that I make. But I wish I had pinch, and I wish I also had soften. This smoothing tool to come in and say, this needed to be smoothed down. And it should be right in Daz. We shouldn't have to come out here to this program, but it works. And so we're not moving. This is how it kind of cheats, and it makes it work. Is we are not moving the whole figure back in. We're not. Yes, we brought the whole figure into it. It goes out of Daz easily. But it doesn't go back in easily, and that's why you have to just take and select the pants and create the morphs. It says send to Daz, and then it pops up in Daz. You open it, you change that one thing that reticulation or whatever whatever it was that I showed. Look back in the video. But there's only one thing. You change it from no to yes and create the morph and slide the morph over, and all of your mesh changes just go right into the mesh of the figure, and that's it. So you can do that with the figures themselves. You can do that with their skin. You can push, pull. You can smooth their skin. You can put creases in their skin, very fine creases, only to a certain degree, as smooth as the mesh is itself. So yeah, this is our Genesis. Now I'm wondering if his hair is, because it looks like his scalp has got a problem there. So we could go here to, he's a beautiful character. Now it looks like he's just like his scalp isn't right in there. So we go to his hair. Where is it? Leisure shoes. Okay, shaved hair. We go into mesh grabber. Here with his hair, mesh grabber. We grab this here and we pull on that a little bit. Yeah, that was it. Control L. And we got a light? Yeah, we got a light. So we could pull this out a little maybe. I think I'm doing it the wrong direction. Push this up, push it in, I guess. Okay, that pulled it out. So just kind of this, you always have to do that with this particular, because it's so cropped in. You can see the. Oh, that's because I'm messing with his head. I guess it's okay. I just changed the size of his head. But we should have been working with the mesh, but that's okay. I always have to do that with his hair, is to mess with, make it fit a little bit better. So we go back to our camera, save this, and there it is. And yes, they're very good that you know they're quads, because I forgot that term. But it does not look like, no, they cannot, if it remeshes the clothes, it won't come back in. The morph has to remain, the quads and all of the topology has to remain exactly the same, or it will not come back in as a morph. It will pop up and say the topology's been changed. So if you go into Hexagon, there are remeshing topology abilities, and just don't do that to it if you plan on bringing the mesh back in. But see, that really, in a way, it couldn't be any like to just select the character. It is funny, topology. I rarely see that. Usually you see typology. They rarely use quads. And there's a good reason to not use quads, because if you'd like to cut the bottom of the shirt off, you have to create this jagged kind of mess to cut the topology. Somebody's watched some of the tutorials that Daz sells on topology and all, because that's where you learn about those really weird looking topology and quads. You have a good memory, because I forgot the names of them, but they're used on the face. A few of them, they have the Daz topology on the face. We go into here. We are already there. Let's go into perspective mode, and we get a little closer here, and we'll see that the face has a couple of them quads as well. Let's go into wire shape, wire frame, and that's not going to be visible. if we turn off the Polaris corridor, this might help. And we turn off the hair. And we turn the angle here a little bit. See, there's a quad right there by his ear. See, it all looks kind of regular, but then boom, we have a quad there. And I don't know why they're called quads, because that actually has 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess, is 5 quad? Echo, is 5 quad? And gone. Okay, all right. So, yeah, because the quads would be 4, I think. I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So and there's more than one quad. I think there's maybe not quads, but here's another n-gon right here. Yeah, there's a name for them too. But it's 5-sided, like stars in the topology. So there's usually one on the cheek, and all the Genesis 8 figures have the exact same topology. The Genesis 8, the Genesis 8 one has the same topology, the Genesis 9, every figure has this same topology. It has to be exactly the same. And I would say the reason why they created Genesis 9 was to match the industry standard topology, so that when their Daz figures go into other programs like Unreal, that it matches. There's always this quad here, and one by the, not quad, but the 5-star, these five vertices, not vertices, 5 vertices coming out of these. There's 5 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And there's one. This is a 3. There's some 3 ones as well. So it's very interesting. And what we were seeing here is, because we turn off Michael, and then we turn on the shirt, and this is this is all like 5. Everywhere you look, there's 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. That's what N Cherry was commenting about, is that it's just there's 3, 5, 3. And really the way most shirts are done, it's the way, and it's the best way to do it. This is not the best way to do topology at all. Okay, this is like unstandard. Is because if you have all straight square quads going all the way around in little rows, then you can select a whole row, and you can just cut the whole. Like if I were to try and cut this shirt in Geometry Editor, surfaces, that would be tools, Geometry Editor, and if I were to just come in here, and with this selection mode, let's go to the lasso or something, and just cut the bottom off and hide it. Oops, Z. Can I undo that? No. Okay, well, let's go back here and right-click Visibility, Show All Polygons. Okay, let's try again. And grab this like this and go like that. Then we go Hide Selected Polygon. Visibility, Hide Selected Polygons. What we get then is this really jagged edge. You see? And yes, so right. And so if this was all quads, it would be like rows, perfect little rows going up the shirt. You can still fold and bend the shirt in all kinds of ways, but you would get the ability to then just take a row and select that entire row. Because like if I select this, if I go to here and select selection tool, are we still in geometry editor? Okay, and select one of these. Okay, we have to select selection mode would be drag selection. So if I just click one of these, and you have to select two, I think. All right, then you go select geometry, select connected, and it just selects the whole. Oh, no, it wouldn't be that. Okay, well, let's try again. We wouldn't be select connected. We would go, all right, select two of these. Control, I think it's alternate, maybe. No, it's control. That allows me to select two of them. Then you go selection, select loop. And you see how it doesn't, it tries to select the loop, but the loop's worse than just cutting it off jagged. It just goes all the way around. But if these were all evenly if they all went, you could just instantly come up here and make this into a short sleeve shirt. If all of the quads were evenly lined. And that's kind of the standard for Daz clothing, is that they expect their artists to work with quads. Yeah, well, there are a lot of wrinkles, but I tend to think that since they're so haphazard that it's that it might actually have been just as easy using quads, little quads. I don't know, but maybe you're right about that. Or it might be that they used a particular program that one of the I think it might be Materia. I can't remember how that material designer or something. I can't remember the name of that, but because I don't use it very much. But I think one of those programs, like Works, they prefer to work with. It's just a particular aesthetic choice that they use. Marvelous Designer. Yeah, I think probably simulated, and yes, and I think it was either like Marvelous Designer, I think, that likes to work with these 5-point vertexes here like this, that it uses them a lot. But Daz, what this does is it doesn't help the modeler. Okay, it may help it may give them some kind of freedom with it. Yes, there are a lot of little folds and stuff, and I would think that these could work against you just as easily as they work for you because of the just the haphazardness of it, and that something even like quads would maybe even work better with these folds. And I think that is the opinion of the Daz moderators who moderate the content in the store, is they or the people who judge the content, whether if it's going to go in the store, is that they prefer quads. And most Daz clothes are made of quads because it makes it easier for and they still had to make this clothing, a lot of quads in this clothing to make the wrinkles work. So, and you just can't cut this and get short sleeve now. Yeah, well, they do it for a reason, Art. Because, like, if I wanted to make this into a short sleeve shirt, okay, I could take the lasso and just go like this and cut it. And then if I hide this, okay, geometry editing, geometry visibility, hide selected polygons. That's not a short sleeve shirt, okay? Because it is all jagged. You can't do that. You just can't use this geometry. And so what I'm saying is Daz does that to their artists and tells them to make it from quads so that the artists who are using these shirts are able to take that shirt and make it into a short sleeve if they want to. And you can't with this. You just can't. You end up cutting off one more quad here, one quad, and you're never, ever, ever going to make it smooth, okay? And you say, well, it's a shaggy kind of cut. It's, but that's not what people want when these female clothing and stuff, when they want to take a particular shirt and make it into a short sleeve shirt, or a tank top, or anything like that, and write in Daz and chop it, you can't. And let's go and find a shirt that's got quads and just we'll explore this out and see file. So we go shirt. And here we go. Let's go to the wardrobe. You'll see that most people follow that for that very reason. Now this is the leisure t-shirt. Okay, so but let's find that. Okay, this is a top. Let's unselect everything. Control alternate minus. Okay, and we're going to select it. We'll just bring this top in and see what we've got. All right, that's the same case. Cancel. We're just going to cancel this. This looks like the same thing where they've used these really weird quads. It's a certain program that they make it in, and they don't think that people are going to need to. Let's find another. We'll find one here. Let's try the pop culture shirt. There we go. Accept. All right. Now, what we've got here is this pop culture shirt. Is we can take now, and what I can do is I can select two of these things. We just go selection mode, drag selection. Yes, it does, and this is what Daz prefers of their artists. Obviously, they let artists get by without it. Okay, we have to select the shirt. Where is the shirt? I definitely don't have the shirt selected. I think I put it inside of this. Okay, here we go. So we select one of these. This is how easy it is to do this. Okay, control. Okay, no, it's alternate. It allows me to select two of these. You have to select two. You can't, because it tells you which way. Like if I select this one instead, and this one here, oops. Then when I go select a circle, when I say select geometry selection, and I select a loop, then it'll loop that way, okay? But if I come here and select that one and this one, and then I say select selection, select loop, there we go, right? And then there's a way to select gross, select connected. All right, that didn't work. I think what you do is, okay, well, you just can come in here now that you have that selected, geometry selection, and you can now go into our mode and lasso, and we can just come here like this. Oh, I think I messed up because I was supposed to hold the control key. Yeah, that works. Okay, now geometry visibility, hide. All right, now you have a short sleeve shirt, okay? And see, that's why, that is why Daz, same here. Okay, you say, I don't want to tuck all this shirt. Their belt is way up here, and I don't want to tuck the shirt all the way into their pants, you know, with mesh grabber. So you go like this, you hold control, you go like that, and then you go selection, select the loop. And what you can do now is you can just go to editing and delete that. And it's gone. All right? And then what you can do is select this and they select connected. Geometry select connected. And then right click, editing, delete. Okay, and now all you got to do, and sometimes it doesn't work because it just loses its form like that, but it usually works. It works in a lot of cases. So this would be a perfect time to then take this into Hexagon and smooth out those particular anomalies that set themselves in when you did this. But the thing is Hexagon might look at this and say, what the hell is this? You know, because it's all been chopped, pieces have been chopped out of it. So we'd have to figure the same length here with this and cut off the other arm. But this is why shirts are done. And that same anomaly can happen with other kinds of. But this is a short sleeve shirt now, and if your pants come up just a little, then all you have to tuck in is this little section to tuck into with mesh grabber. You don't have to, and you could mess with this with mesh grabber as well. You could just get your brush small and just push them in. That's not, but I would prefer to maybe smooth that. But there is a little bit of a crease here, but I think I'd like to smooth this a little bit better than just pushing it in with mesh grabber. But I wouldn't smooth all of that, but you could to just do it, work it the way you want so it doesn't look. Sometimes when you delete things, sometimes it's better to just hide them than delete them if you don't want to deal with this, because it was deleting it that actually threw that mess into there. Now, if I could count, I don't know, we go back into, let's try this. Let's go to wireframe, and let's see how many, if we can count how many, I don't know how far down we went here with this, with the arm. And I'd say we count from the corner here, maybe, from the underarm, the armpit. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, around 10. Okay, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, let's select one of these. And then we'll hold shift, hold control, and select another. And then we'll go to geometry selection and select loop. Okay, now let's see if that looks about the same. Yeah, I think if I cut this off, it'll look good. All right, so we go to geometry editing, delete, and this could very well also be mesh smoothing that did that. Okay, now we select this and right click, select connected. And then we right click and geometry editing, delete selected polygon. And there it is. Okay, so we should be able to take this shirt now into, okay, I'm going to unparent this shirt, see what happens. Okay, and we're going to delete Michael for now so that we don't have that trying to load into. I have this scene saved, so won't lose the work. But let's delete Michael, and now let's select this. Now look at this. See, that just corrected itself by removing Michael out. Isn't that weird? And that has to do with weight maps and this shirt not being connected. It wasn't connected. It wasn't parented to Michael. So if we just take a Daz figure and bring them in, and then parent this to them, this should smoothen out. We don't have to bring it into. Let's take Chris and bring him in. And then we'll parent this to Chris. And he's going to have a short sleeve shirt. Now it looks like I have maybe one more. You can just kind of take them off, select the loop, see, you can't select a loop when the clothing isn't made like this. All right, so just keep that in mind. And I think Cherry hit completely on it, that maybe those, that haphazard topography is because there were a lot of folds and in the fabric. And that maybe I'm not really a specialized in that field, so I don't really know. But I've heard that there are programs, that clothing modeling programs, that only allow you, that have that type of topography. And they choose to just ignore what Daz says about clothing. And so you end up with a bunch of clothing in the Daz store that has that kind of weird, all over the place topography. Okay, so this is our shirt. So we're going to parent this. We just select the shirt here and go to parameters and say fit to Chris. It says unsupported. We'll say Genesis 8. I don't know what this shirt went to. We'll try Genesis 8. It may just because we've edited the shirt, now it has no idea where it belongs. The best thing to do is edit it on the figure. This may not auto fit. We'll kind of be lucky if it does. Really lucky, because I think this is a Genesis 9 shirt and it should have just fit him. Come on, snap to his body. Come on. No, it didn't. Z. So what we would have to the shirt, let's try it again. Fit to. Okay, we go to fit to Chris. No. So let's see what this shirt is. It should still be here. Maybe no, it's not. It would be over in files. Yeah, shirt. Wardrobe. Where's that shirt? Wasn't that far down here. I think it was this shirt. Yeah. Okay, well this one would be Genesis 9. Let's put this on our figure. Same here. I definitely wouldn't mind a transplant. So we looked at this shirt and it didn't have the topography that we were looking for. And that shirt's already a this one. Polo shirt for Genesis 9. Let's see what the topography looks like on this. Okay. The smoothing isn't working too well on that. All right, so we have, let's see what the topography looks like. We'll go to wireframe. Yeah, this has nice smooth topography. So we want to do this while it's on the figure. We can hide the figure, but we want to just do it while it's on the figure. Okay, Chris. Now we do this. Turn Chris off. There's his teeth. So we can now take and just, let's just guess at it. Hold the control and go to geometry selection, select loop. Now it's theoretically still on. Yes, I live by the ocean. Yes, I do. I love living by the ocean. Select loop, okay, and then we're going to go to editing, delete, selected polygon. Now I will tell you there's no way to undo this deleting stuff. Now we select that and select connected. Right click. So yeah, there's no undo to mesh to geometry editor. So you have to, if you delete something, sometimes it's best to hide it first, then delete it. Okay, but we're just going to delete it. Delete selected polygons. Okay, so there's one, and see, looks like it kind of messed things up a little bit. Okay, we're going to go here and here. Select geometry selection, select loop. Right click, geometry editing, delete selected polygon. Yes. That looks about the same, and we're going to go geometry, select that, geometry, select connected. Connected. Yeah, well, you can just hide it until you can hide it. See, visibility, hide selected polygons. You can hide them instead of deleting them. Delete selected polygons. But you're going to want to delete them anyway. And then we come here and we'll select two of them. You remember you have to select two so it knows which way you want to circle around the clothing. So selection. Then we go select loop. Because I selected two that went horizontally, it selected that loop. Okay, then we go geometry editing, delete selected polygon, yes, and see it's worse now. But let's see now, we select the polygon here, geometry editing, delete select, okay, we want to go to geometry selection, select connected, then we go to geometry. Okay, let it take a moment here. Okay, geometry editing, delete selected polygons. Yep, and it's probably going to make it worse. But now let's turn turn Chris back on and see if and now he's turned back on. 0. Let's see what this looks like. Kind of looks like a short sleeve shirt. Now, would dForce still work after doing this? Probably not, because you have changed the, but it's a way of, so you don't have to tuck the shirt, so much of the shirt into his pants with mesh grabber, you just get rid of it. And you know, these little things that falling on the side, they don't look bad. I don't think I need to edit them. I don't think they look bad. The only thing that I'm seeing here is tools. Now we go out of geometry editor. Just going out of geometry editor can reset the shirt and make the smoothing work better, but that didn't do anything. Okay, so we're going to go to mesh grabber and we'll just pull this little piece out here and here. Come on. And here. Come on. Oh, I've got Chris selected. You can undo that. let's try the shirt instead. Okay. All right. We'll go around the edges here. Got some more in the butt back. In the butt back. Yeah. All right. Sorry, Chris. Didn't mean to violate you. You're... All right. He doesn't look too happy. So, yeah, and again, what I do with these figures, I think they make these figures, their features look exaggerated. And I always go into the figures and I just go to currently used and just dial their head down a little bit towards Genesis. Because all the Genesis figures are all just beautiful faces. So I just dial them down a little bit until they're down towards Genesis a little more, until I like their head. Now the masculine head, I'd like to keep that. Just like to get take some of Chris's head down. And it's dialing down the body. I don't like the way that these are all connected like that, but we'll keep the body. We just don't want so much of the head. Okay, and that just takes a little bit of that kind of angry look off his face a little bit. Brings him down a little bit. It's still Chris. It's just a little bit softened. I do that. Oh, always do that. With most of my figures, almost all of them, I always just drop the head down, because Genesis 8 and Genesis 9, the face is like that perfect, like, proportional face. I don't know, Brad Pitt kind of face or something like that. It's that where the Hollywood says that the face has got to be this wide and this, you know, the head and the way the shape. That's Genesis 9. So if you take your figure and you just dial it down a little bit, you give it a little bit more. Now let's go back and let's see. You say, well, you know, he's still not that you know, beautiful, but when we bring it back up to this and say, see, that is kind of hardcore, okay? And so that's why I say that the reason why they do that is so that you have these exaggerated features, okay? But if you just bring it down a little bit like this, and a little bit here, and now it's grabbing the other things and bringing them down. You don't want them feminine. You don't want the body feminine. And I'll keep the body up. But it just brings it down enough to kind of take a little bit of that. And I do that with every feature. That's why my figures kind of always seem to have that. They always seem to look sexy, sort of. Because I take that down out of it. And bring them down into the Genesis, back down towards the Genesis figure a little bit. Just back off it. I do that with every figure. Almost every single one is like that. So, and you put some hair on him and everything, and he's going to look really, really nice, and put a beard on him, and it's, wow, you know, or some kind of short, you know, just a little bit of stubble. Let's see, we go now back to products. We got Chris selected. And we've got hair, short, and he's a Genesis 9 figure. And we'll go, I think with this hair. Okay, this hair isn't going to show up it doesn't show up well in. We'll go with this. It just always works. This Xander hair always works. Just, it comes in all kind of blonde. It's a weird kind of shade of blonde, but you just have to switch it to match his eyebrows. This is a hair that I would highly recommend. The Xander hair, because it just works so well on so many characters. where you end up going through hair after hair after hair and nothing seems to work, and this always works. So it's just pretty much almost always works. It's a little bit messier than I kind of wish it was, but I wish it was a little curlier than it is. But materials, go to black, and that's an H material, so it'll go on even if I don't have the hair selected. Come on. We can close. Hexagon. Would you like to send the changes? No, we already did. Save changes to this file? No. Come on, Daz. Yeah, now I don't know why it's not showing here. Because I didn't know that this had like the option of it not. Oh, I'm in. Okay, see, there you go. Just seems to always work. Even though we don't have an HDRI or anything in the scene, and like I said, he needs some kind of. He's not one of the prettiest figures that I own, but he still holds his own. Face. Give him this. Anything. Let's see. Okay, he's Genesis 8. Let's go to Genesis 8 male. There we go. Let's see. So to recap, is this one, you want to go back and watch the beginning of this tutorial. You will learn so very, very, very much about this One Click PBR product, which switches all of your Genesis 3 and Genesis 8, Genesis 8.1 figures to PBR. And then all you have to do is work a little bit with the shine, which is part of the One Click. They have the shine part, and they have the gamma, so you can make it darker or lighter. And then your figures just match each other. It's just like they fit right in Genesis 3, Genesis 8, Genesis 8.1. They all work. Their skin doesn't look like it's from a whole other kind of planet kind of thing. So, and I explained to you a little bit about why Daz switched to PBR, and that's all of this, and talk about this, the quality and detail, compatibility, PBR textures. This is all stuff that I got from, okay, this looks good, but it's the wrong color, so let's make the beard black. So, black. MDL black. Yeah. So yeah, this is not too bad. Let's get him some kind of pants. The white shirt. I didn't. We need a material on the shirt, I guess. So we go here to files, pants. Now I think once you edit the shirt and chop things off the shirt and everything, it's not going to Smart Content find the materials that go with that shirt, because it now all of a sudden thinks that shirt is a completely different thing. I'm not positive about that, but okay, so we're gonna go to pants. We'll just go into wardrobe, and let's try this Bristol Ridge pants. And we got to put them on Chris and not his beard. Always works. Okay. And see, now it's now see how much easier it's going to be to tuck this into his pants than it would if I hadn't chopped the bottom off, and I'd have to tuck all of that into every bit there with mesh grabber. And this way, let's see if we can get a texture on this shirt. Where's the shirt collection? Polo. Here, okay. Yes, I have the military flying overhead again. God bless them. They are, this is probably a commercial airline, actually. Materials. I don't see the shirt here. We got to turn on filter by context. No, you see the shirt's not showing up here now. Maybe it will. No, this is the the when it can't find. Okay, so but what I could do is look for the modern shirt polo. Let's just look for polo here in this polo, and see if we can turn off all this and see if we can find it manually. There it is, modern shirt. For Michael 4, that's not it. Polo. Default, okay. Modern shirt. This is it, I think. Yeah, it is. And so we go here for Genesis 9. Materials. Let's see if we can get a color for it. Polo. That worked. Oh, but it did something weird to the front. Yeah, see, it didn't work. But what I could do is take that. Here, go into surfaces. Modern shirt. We have the collar, neck, sleeves, shirt part, okay? And that's this base color here. And let's take and just go with none. What happens when we go there? And the diffuse, this might be, okay, the shirt part. Okay, we go to glossy. Glossy, okay, that's okay. What about the bumps? Here we go. We're going to go here to none, see what happens with that. There. Okay, just take out the bumps. And then we go to tool settings, mesh grabber, and we grab this here and just push it in. Now he's pretty good. Now if I put him in a pose, his shirt might pop out again. Not completely, but in spots. But let's give him a pose. I am opposed to that. Let's see. Pocket full of poses. Ashes, ashes. So we got to find, I know, my jokes are dumb. So let's see. I laugh at them, but I don't expect other people to. Standing. We're certainly not going to sit him down because he's going to, that would like ruin his clothes. Back to the dark ages. That's funny. Pocket full of poses. Yes, 5th grade. Kindergarten. That's where I'm in. And that's where I'm at, you know? Patty cake. Yeah. Yeah, will I ever grow up? I don't know that I will. Let's give him this slightly effeminate pose. It's like, yes, there's hope. Okay, so we're going to go to scripts, and we're going to go to this pose converter. Oh, that's a Genesis 8.1, so we got to use a pose converter. There. That doesn't look too bad on him. Okay, close that. Now we got a little bit of poke through, but... And he's barefoot. Okay. He's kind of nice. All right, so we got to fix this poke through on him. And we got to change his eyelashes. They're like too curly. So we go in parameters. Oh, where's the shirt? We're going to go to tool settings, mesh grabber, quickly pull this out, and that's fixed. What's wrong here? Strangers in the night, exchanging glances. Strangers in the night. Okay. I think they're listening to hip-hop outside. Yes, the Dark Ages, exactly. Oh, yes, he passed away a long time ago, I think. Strangers in the night. Yeah, okay, so we gotta put some flip-flops on him. So sandals. Casual. He's out on the sunny day, walking on the beach. Let's go some sandals. Sandals. Let's go with sandals. Okay, these ones laid back sandals, they'll work because even though they're probably for a female, because they are Genesis 9, but we have to select Chris so we don't put them on his hair or anything like that. We got all kinds of colors. Maybe we'll go with the brown one. These ones, MDL, do those work with those? No, we have to select the sandals and then see if these work with them. No, they're not one. We got to go to wardrobe, explore product, materials, wardrobe. Where are the materials for? Oh, some sunglasses. Yeah. Laid back dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, he died on the 7th? Whoa. Well, I thought he died years ago. Years and years, like 10 years ago. At least. Yeah, this is the paparazzi, okay? He's trying to get by without getting his picture taken. It's like, no, you're gonna get your picture taken. We know who you are. You're that famous guy. All right, so what about these ones? Can we put these on these shoes? Laid back dude sandals. I want them gray. I don't want them. There we go. He's color coordinated. Yeah, all right, let's find a beach. Maybe the Bikini Beach or something. Yeah. You can tell he works out at the gym. He's a gym guy. Here we go here. Control alternate minus. Let's let's get rid of the modern shirt. Go to environments. Environments. We have been 3.5 hours here. Thank you, people. The likes are so beautiful. Thank you for the likes. It is very nice. Very nice. I love working here with you guys and gals. It's very nice. So he could be like, we could do it here like the desert huts, but he could be like work with Peace Corps or something, you know? So he looks like a Peace Corps kind of guy, you know? Some snobby movie star maybe, but I'd kind of prefer the Peace Corps thing a little bit better. Helping dig wells so people don't have to carry water really far. Let's find a beach. Where's the beach? Modern beach hut. But I don't think that comes with the beach. Beach dining. And then those are just pictures. Beach house. Where are they supposed to be? Oh, island. Let's try island. Let's see. Secluded island. Let's do this. Merge into scene. Yeah. Okay, what do we got here? Come on, island, secluded island. I've used this a few times in stuff, but you know, it's just the beach. You know, you can take the picture from any angle. You can make it into a whole new place because it, like I said, it's just a beach. A nondescript kind of beach that you can do stuff with. It happens to have palm trees. Strangers in the night. This looks beautiful. I love how the Daz artists are amazing. They really are amazing. That's just what they do with stuff. I just sit in awe, and I'm just glad I'm not competing with or against them, because they just really meticulously good artists. Well, that's what we got here. We are gonna need, okay, we're gonna save this file, save as scene with a different name. This is gonna be island man. Island man. Okay. This is nice, other than the fact that there's no HDRI in this. And we have his feet going through the sand. Okay, check your mail. Speak for... No, that was not. This, we're going to go out of Iray. See if I can line him up. Okay, I think that works, maybe. You know, it's like you always have to, you have to put footprints in the sand when somebody's walking in the sand. That is one of the hardest things to do. And I don't think I got it here. He's got to bring him up more. There we go. So let's go to environment, parameters,
And here, browse, here, HDRI all. Turn on the dome. Strangers in the night. Turn on the dome. That doesn't work. Where's the water? Oh, I think we have to turn off. That's kind of nice, but we'd have to do something else. Okay, what we're going to do is what we always do. Now, he's going downhill, which makes his legs not really work in this particular. Take over the world. I don't know. I don't know if I got it in me. 9, probably not. Yeah. We got to bring that down a little bit, so then we can bring Chris down a little bit like that. Okay, I can't see. So what do we have? We have a camera here, but it's not necessarily. That's from the old scene, so we'll create new camera, copy. And now we got a camera here so we can zoom in on his feet without messing up the camera. All right, it doesn't look like I'm too far down here into the sand, so we can bring him down some more. Okay, let's and this one, bend that up a little bit. I want it to be okay. Let's see what this looks like from the camera. Okay. Yeah, and now his, I think his pelvis is all off. And when I move his pelvis, it's going to move. I kind of knew that this pose was going to be a little bit effeminate. But I kind of like that too. So, but what we do is we bend this head like this so that he doesn't look like, so we can still bring the legs back like this, and we gotta go, let's lock the camera, favorites, okay, now back to here, perspective. Let's take this part of the leg and bring it back. That's a little better. It looks like he's got a little bit more balance, like he's not running down a cliff. Okay, and so what I'm not sure that this is going to be the right HDRI for this, but what we do is, remember, we do this for every scene. We take and create a plane. 9. We select the plane. Then we go like this. Well, okay, we're going to go like, which one is it? I guess that works. So we go 90 here. Is that the mailman. And then we go like this and turn it a little bit like that. And then we go Z, which is this way. My scene is all off. And X, which is this way. And Z, which is that way. And X, which is this way. We want it out behind these trees and all. Then we scale it up. And I have to scale it all the way back here. Z. Okay. Then we scale it like this. We're going to scale it now X. No. Z. Like that. And we have to bring it up. We rotate it like this. There we go. And translate it this way. Okay. So we have it there as well. And now we go to surfaces, plane, up here to our base color, browse, strangers in the night. Says future city. I hope I don't have a city in here. Don't know that that would go very well with this. Okay, what have we got this upside down? There's our sky. We do have it kind of off. So we go to parameters, bring that down. Ooh. Okay, so we're going to try and scale this along the Z plane maybe. No, that's the Z X scale. Like this. And I don't really want the X scale. We got to do some more on the X. This isn't going to work. Oh, not Z. We're just going to change the picture. But at least I got it right. I think it will be right for all of the others. This X translate will go this way. All right. Let's see what it looks like. I just like to have a big city, like, in the background. Remember what I'm doing. We're on surfaces. That's it. Yeah. Eat. Oh, we have an eye in the sky. Isn't that special? Yeah. Or we could have some body parts, some anatomical elements in the sky. Sounded like they belonged there. All right. DTSG2, so let's hear. DTSG2, we go to parameters. So BBC DTSG2. Basic sky. Okay, everything's too dark here. Let's go up to 3. Let's go up to 5. Strangers in the night. Okay, now we're going to go dome rotation. Whoa, the sky was just in, the sun was out behind our plane. Let's go to 2 again. This is kind of nice. How about if we go to 1? Well, there it is. Now what we got to do is take and put a, we have to turn this sky into an HDRI. This is our plane sky. So let's go to surfaces, plane. Now let's go down to our, this is nice. Look at the reflection in his sunglasses. Very cool. Emission, we're going to turn that to DTSG2. We're going to turn that on like that. And then we're going to go to luminance. Now we have our sky kind of brightened up here. See, there's no footprints. And this is when you wonder, it's like, well, what resolution is this plane he's standing on? If it's made of big squares, big topography, or the quads, then we're not going to be able to put sandal prints in here. But there are Martin Frost, who's got I bought his bundle today also. He made a product with footprints where you can just lay the footprints on, as I think maybe they're like live footprints, and you can put them in and turn them into, this is nice. I think this works. Yeah, it does. And I don't think we have to put much more into the sky here. Save this. Island Man. But let's at least give the ground a chance, okay? Because if there's enough geometry, which I don't think there is, I'll bet you this geometry here on the ground is terrible. See, I really wish we had some modeling tools in Daz, because I would just take this whole plane here out the ground and just shape another piece if I had. And I do have Mesh Grabber. I could shape a plane and just leave all the grass and everything here and shape a plane that has a lot of detail in it. Then I could just take Mesh Grabber and kind of push down and shape some little footprints here. So it's just, the footprints are always an issue in Daz, because they're always something. It would be really nice if you could like make a plane and have like variable resolution in the plane, where out here it's big squares, but in here it's very fine. There's where all the detail is, very fine. And I've done that before, where you put the same texture on 2 planes and you have just one of them pop up out of the middle of this. And so they mesh, they merge in together because they have the same texture on them. And even if they have different textures, it doesn't mean that you can't have like an area here where there's a different colored sand. You know, that happens a lot, where you have like a certain color sand closer to the beach than there's like a little more dirt kind of thing. You can have different dunes, like different kinds of dunes that have different colors and stuff and still look very natural. So let's take a look at this in wireframe. And I don't think I think they're going to be huge, big, gigantic. Yeah, look at this. There's just like absolutely no way I could put footprints in this. Look how big the squares are. They're like these big, gigantic panels. So, you know, and I would need something much, much finer than the resolution on my plane back here. I would need to have, and I don't really need that kind of resolution on this plane. I only probably needed a couple of vertices. But this, and this plane looks like it's in front, but it's actually way in the back. But this is the ground, and like this just big, gigantic. So the only way to do something maybe is to put some... Is the sand oh no, the sand would, it would be Iray. It's just an image on top. It's just a shader on top of the and I don't know what you mean by dynamic, because I'm here to learn too. But the sand, we go back to Iray here. The sand is just a shader. Yeah, but you see that's going to make it look a little bit like he's sinking into the sand, but it's not going to put footprints behind him. You see, that's what I'm talking about, is put some footprints in behind him, so it looks like he ruffled up the sand walking out here. See, and that's what's not here. Extra shoes is what I mean. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Perhaps put shoes to press them down and hide them. You see, you have to have, like this plane would have to have little teeny tiny squares. It would have to have little, the topology would have to be little squares in order to put very detailed kind of. All right, so what we can do is this ground. Let's see what happens when we hide the ground. Hide it. Okay, and let's see what happens. Okay, so the ground is gone. Yeah, it is manipulative. I'll show you. I'll show you art here. See, when I go to Mesh Grabber, Mesh Grabber is the only way to manipulate mesh in Daz Studio. Okay, it's the only way to or dForce where or a wind thing, okay? So, and dForce isn't going to work with this ground, okay? And neither is a, but what we could do, okay, is, which we will do, okay? We're going to save this, and then I'm going to save it as Island Man 2. I'll show you, because they don't have to be perfect. I'm not sure I know what you mean. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Then hide them in the Surface tab, because yeah, I see what you mean. To use the shoes as the impressions and use some kind of dForce. See, that's not going to work because this plane here doesn't have any geometry in it. dForce is only going to work
if the geometry can bend, okay? And you see, watch what happens when I try to use this, when I try to use mesh grabber on here. See? Because I'm say, okay, let's just take and like select, okay, let's go into texture shaded mode, and I'm going to select a section. See how big the selection is? And so if I wanted to take this and just push down a little bit into the, and use this little ball and just ruffle the ground, it doesn't have to be perfect shoe perfect shoe. It doesn't have to be perfect shoe prints, okay? It's just got to look a little ruffled, you know, like he just kind of moseyed through the sand and made a mess of it, okay? That's all we need. We don't need to have perfect footprints, okay? And which is, I get what you're saying, but to make it look like he messed it up. But when I go to push this little circle, this little hole, what I would like to do is just put a couple of little indents here and there. But when I push it, it pushes this whole section down because there's not enough resolution in the ground. And the reason why they did that, okay, and I think I have my camera locked, yeah, is because we go to perspective mode, because when we select the ground, this is a huge piece of ground. And no, there's no way to add more geometry in Daz. I tried that. You see? So what you're thinking you're running over the same pattern that I did a while back when I tried to do this in the first place, is that I tried to make, I went on the Daz forum and I said, is there any way to add more geometry to an object? And the answer is no, you can't. Yeah. So yeah, you can't add more lattices. You can't add more geometry. You can add. Exactly, Azim. That's what we're gonna do, and we're gonna use dForce on that plane. Okay, so let's try something here, and I'm not positive this is gonna work, but what we're gonna try is to put some more geometry in this. Use dForce on the plane. Azim, yes, welcome people, welcome. Thank you very much for the likes too on the video. All right, so your likes are very, very much appreciated by moi. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this plane here. And now there are several ways to do it. I could just redo this whole plane. That would be kind of overkill. Or I could just take a part of this plane and push it down. I don't know if I pushed that back. Okay, I don't think I edit. What was this? Edit? Redo camera zoom. Okay. And this is, all right. So what we do is we hide our cabin. Oh, there's something really long with a really long name in this. Is driving me nuts. Okay, modern shirt collection, polo, sleeve, long sleeve, 9, blah, blah, blah. We're just gonna make that short, and modern shirt is fine. Yes, okay. And what else is long here? What's taking up so much of this? It was probably the modern shirt. Okay, now I can see these. If you have a really long name, then it hides these. It's like really hard to hide things, okay? Okay, so we're gonna go gazebo area, is that this? No, but okay, so we're gonna hide the gazebo area. We're gonna hide the stones.
We're going to hide the house area. And we're going to hide the palms, the plants, more plants, and the leaves and bark. Okay? Then what we're going to do is put another plane in here. Put another plane in here. Add a plane. But this time we're going to go with 150. Let's see how much that is. Accept. Now let's go into texture shaded mode. Let's see what this plane looks like. It's like how much wireframe have we got? That looks like enough to rough that ground up a little bit. Okay, but Z, I think it might not be. Why isn't it removing the plane? Okay, we got plane 2. Okay, we'll just, all right, so what we're going to do is put another plane in. Let's go with 200, 220. All right, that is fine enough. And then what we're going to do, let's hope it's fine enough, okay? Okay, actually what I can do is a little bit less than that. And then what we can do is we can smooth it with, you can add more geometry with sub D, but that doesn't actually add it to the plane. It just adds this smoothing modifier over top of the plane, but it doesn't allow you to make those big chunks into smaller chunks, okay? It just smooths the edges a little bit, okay? So that, it's around the geometry that's existing. So you don't have big squares, triangles coming out. It's smoothed a little bit. Okay, so what we do is now we take this plane number 2. Okay, this is back. We're going to call this back plane. And we'll call this one sand plane. Sand plane, all right. And then we take this and we move this plane up, over, back, like this. And we're going to scale it. Parameters, scale it, like this. And then we're going to bring it up, and that still might not be enough geometry. We're going to scale it down a little bit more. What's happening here? Okay. We're going to leave it there. And then we're going to move it up. And then we're going to give it dForce. Object, geometry, dForce. And we're going to try to drop this down on the land to get the same curvature of the land. Let's pull this out a little bit like this. And let's see, let's take a look at this from the side and see how far up in the air we have this. Because we don't need it that high if it's going to... Okay, why isn't it hiding? Oh, the back plane. Let's hide the back plane. Get that out of the way. It's kind of distracting me. All right, so what I'm going to do is bring this down a little more. I don't need it up that high. Oops, see? We don't want to move the back plane. We want to move the sand plane. We don't want to have to drop it down so far that it takes forever for it to land on the ground. Okay. Or else we'd have to use a timeline. Let's see what happens. Now we can't resize it really that well Because now let's go back to our camera view and see if this covers camera view. What this is our camera view, so we want it up this way more. And maybe this way if we can, some more. All right. And now let's try and drop this. Now I'm not sure that I like this resolution, but I can smooth it with the smoothing modifier, with the sub D. Okay, we can add more geometry in, but it's not the same kind of geometry where you can shape it. It's just the smoothing geometry. I don't know how that all really works, but I just know you can't manipulate those triangles. You can just use them to smooth. So we're going to now go into simulation settings, environment, clear, make sure we don't have anything. Okay, and then we're going to turn off simulation. Okay, and we have him turned off, don't we? We're going to turn Chris off. We don't want him messing with our geometry. And now we're going to simulate and see if this will land on. Well, isn't that weird? What's this? Did I miss something? Did I like not turn off a tree or something? A shrub or something? Let's go to Iray and see what's up here. What happened here? Okay, what if we pull this sand plane up? Let's go back to the sand planes. Pull it up. It might have gone down underneath our. No, okay, so I don't think it's using the ground as. Okay, so we do is undo that and we go clear this. Okay, I don't think I had the sand plane down far enough. I'm going to have to bring it up like this. And then we're going to have to use a timeline. And we'll go here with the timeline and we'll set it up to 200. And then we'll go to use the timeline. And we're going to set this to low quality so it doesn't take forever. Good is discrete to do it. Oh, I didn't want to render. All right, cancel. Cancel that, yes. Well, that's lovely. All right, let's see now. Let's do a simulate. Is this going to lay on our plane? I think that's enough. Now, to find out, so we cancel this. Let's go to, yeah. All right, so what we can do now, this is our camera, is we can take our terrain, ground, okay, we copy the surface, ground, copy selected surface, and we put that on our sand plane, paste. Come on. Why aren't you changing? We might have to do this manually. Oh, okay, I think I know why, because there might be different. Where's our ground? Ground. Here. Yeah, we have ground underwater. We have to just select this one. Which one is the ground? Okay, that's the ground. Okay, we have to do these paste. Okay, Z. Okay, copy. Now let's try this. Sand plane. Paste. There we go. Now, that doesn't look right. I think I might. This is the underground. Okay, I know what the underground is now. It would be underwater, ground underwater. Let's try this, copy that, and see which one mixes well better with it. Paste. There! They meld right perfectly into each other. And I don't know how perfect it is, but it seems to be working. It has all the bumps, it has all that stuff. And so what we can do now is pull that other plane that's underneath it. We can hide this plane. See, this doesn't look as nice as this other plane. But what I could do is maybe make it finer. I think what's happened is we have a larger tiling. So this tiling here, let's go to the tiling. Let's see what the tiling is on this. Let's see what we got. Ground and the tiling. It doesn't tell us. Oh, we'd have to. This is the underwater one. It says horizontal is 1 and vertical is 1. But I don't know that these are. Let's see. Sand plane. Where would be the tiling? All right, we're just going to make them larger, like 4. Okay, like 2 and 2. Now we hide this. See, that's pretty close. I would say maybe 2.2. 2.2. 0.2. Make it, okay, so we turn that off. I would say it's maybe 2.5. Yeah, that's close enough. Now what happens when we turn back on our house? And all these little parts. Okay, what we're going to do, we got to turn on our figure. Because the figure is going to tell us where we need to put the footprints. Okay, and so now we take this. We select our ground, not the plane, the new plane that we did, and then we go to Mesh Grabber. We can hide the timeline, and we're going to go to Tool Settings, Mesh Grabber. This is our ground here. We can just push this ground out of the way because it's not. It's the one underneath. Big, gigantic panels. Okay, how far can I? No. This one. Okay. This one. Okay, so then we select this sand plane. We can just ruffle this around now a little bit. See, well, let's do it artistically at least. So you think this last foot would go here. And then a foot here. Foot here. Foot here. See, they can't put this guy, if they tried to put this on the whole scene, this scene would be just really ridiculously too large. And that is why you wouldn't be able to have anything else in the scene because the ground would take up all of the. Now what we can do is take this sand plane and create edit, object, geometry, sub D. See how that just smoothened them out a little bit? I could smoothen them some more, but let's get out of Iray. Save this. It worked. It worked. And now what we do is theoretically you could cut this hole out of the ground. You just don't even need it. But all you're cutting out is like about about 10 different vertices, because those are gigantic vertices. It's just best to just push them down. And I think that looks like footprints. It's not as ruffly as I wanted it to be. Now, what I can do is put like dForce rubble here, leaves, all kinds of things. I could, there are like planes of rubble that you can just drop right down from and land on the ground. I think I like the clean sand look a little bit better. So we can start turning things back on in our scene now. This happened a little easier than it would. Now, I will caution you that you think, well, I could just take any landform and drop a plane on it, like dForce plane on it, and it would be fine. Not really, because like some mountainous things are too ragged and rugged, and the plane just lays on it like a smooth, soft blanket. It doesn't really carve around things and like it. So that takes a real dForce expert to get a plane to lay on a surface the right way, so that it really works. So that it really carves out the landscape that you're going to do. I just wanted something there. Now I still could put a little bit of something here too under his feet. It looks like he needs something, and then I could lower him down a tiny bit into it. So let's go into here. Let's get back on our plane here. I didn't push the bottom down under here. I might have to. Let's see though. Let's go back to Mesh Grabber. Okay, let's go with a little bit here and here, a little bit here and here. Okay, and let's see what this looks like before and remember we still have smoothing on, so that's gonna, anything I put in here, it's gonna just instantly smooth. Yeah, see, that works. I don't think I have to do much with that. We go back out of here so his hair comes back. And I think, yeah, our Peace Corps guy is looking good. Yeah. So we save this. We're ready for a render. I hope you have learned something, people. You can see some of the tortured stuff I have done in the past to make footprints and things like that. You can do it. You can work it. You can make it work. I think this is the other plane coming through here, and I think I'd like to get rid of that. So we'll save this file. I don't think I like the other plane popping in through here, but you know, technically at some point you could just kind of have this plane disappear, like fade right into the other plane, but there's no real need to. So let's go into our ground here. Let's go back to Mesh Grabber. And remember, this plane is just huge underneath the ground. So we just push it down. Just pushing it. It's not going to make little indents. It's going to move gigantic panels. Let's see what happens when we do this. We just get rid of this. It just doesn't look good. There's a little bit of noise in the sand texture. There. And there's a little bit over here. Ground. What happened? And I think I see my plane here, but I'm not positive about... No, I'm not sure. Okay, ground. Oh, it's probably happening... Yeah, it's because this particular piece, so I'd have to go to perspective mode. Yeah, it's way over here that this piece of ground gets pulled down. Yeah, see that? And let's mess around a little bit here. This is a big chunk. It's just, there's no way to put any detail in something like that. And that's the way almost every Daz landscape is. So in these scenes, they're all made with these big triangles because this is a big island, okay? And it's not gonna you can't possibly make a scene this whole island that fine of a ground terrain. You just can't. You have to this worked. I laid that like perfectly kind of under this, and it just took. Now I don't think we'll see this seam here, but I'm not positive. And there's just even these little pieces are gonna like irk me when I see them. Camera, this is it now. Okay, this looks like we got another piece here. No, I think that's just the way the light's coming in around my plane, maybe. It works. It's something. It's better than nothing, okay? Now we got to get out of Iray, out of Mesh Grabber for his hair to come back. Okay, save this. And this is it. Big old hunky dude walking down to the beach. He's a surfer, you know. He works with the Peace Corps, but he does like to surf, you know. Got his surfboard and... All right, so there it is. This is a beautiful scene here. Yeah. It is. So, Very nice. All right, so I'm not sure what this is here, but I think what it is the sun is coming around my plane, doing something here. But this is part of the plane here, I believe. Now the thing is this upper plane, I can add like little bumps, and I could add a little bit more contour in here because we have now this plane that doesn't have to be just flat. It can I can soften the edges and bring them down in. There's a lot of things I can do here with this plane because it's now a very detailed object now. And that's the way a lot of scenes are in Daz Studio. They have a high resolution area, and so sometimes you'll get these scenes and you'll say, oh, I'd like to put them over here. But then if you notice, like in the documentation on the scene, it'll like have arrows and saying, this is where I made all the plants look. So if you put your figure here, all the plants are going to look really high resolution. Everything's going to look high resolution. And if you put them anywhere else in the scene, then they're all going to be then the ground is low resolution. Everything in the scene is low resolution. It's not going to look as nice. And so you have to and the way to do that sometimes is just to look at your scene in wireframe mode and see where the resolution really is. Because a lot of scenes have these massive like vistas, and they're just like very low resolution trees and stuff. But they have a very nice area where they have high resolution trees. And so you want to pay attention to that so that when you put your figure in the scene, you're going to be putting them in a high resolution area. So yeah, let's set up some renders. I already have them from the last scene, and we'll render him at 2000. Let's see what he looks like. This is saved. I'm not going to save it again. It's taking too long to save. So this scene has a lot of stuff in it, a lot of trees that are not in the scene, a lot of things I could go in and delete and just to to clean up the scene a little bit, but I don't need to. We're going to get the renders, we're going to get the iterations. It's not going to take forever to render this. I think it's going to render quite quickly. What would be nice maybe is a little bit of atmosphere in here, like a VDB, to just kind of give some kind of atmosphere. But I think I like this really kind of stark, clean kind of look. Also, it doesn't obscure. Looks like there's already some kind of atmosphere because notice these little speckles. There's something already in this scene. There's some kind of atmosphere already here. Look how that worked. These little, you see this, how it went pushed down into there, and this, yeah. So I think that worked. It's not perfect, but it's better than just flat behind him. Yeah. So yeah, this works. Cool figure. So, all right, this is going to do it for me on this tutorial. Thanks, people, for being here and learning. Watch the beginning. I think we did do it. We did it, Art. We did it. Yeah, thank you. And Cherry, thank you very much. Thanks for watching. Azim, Angus, if you're here, much love to you, brother. And watch the beginning of this video if you haven't seen it. If you missed until you can catch up to where this video has, oh my gosh, this stuff about making this scene, this is nothing compared to what's at the beginning of the scene. Yes, I'm sure Angus is here, and from the hinterlands. So yes, watch the beginning of this, because where I talk about 3Delight, Iray and PBR textures, that's something you have to know about. You have to know.
watch it from the beginning. Now, the thing is after I make a tutorial like this, sometimes it takes YouTube a while to process the video. You're welcome, Azim. You are welcome. Sometimes it takes a while before you're able to watch the video because YouTube has to do processing. Sometimes it's immediate and you're just able to go back and watch the beginning of the video. But I love the way the grass looks here. This would be a nice place to live. A little boat there pulled up. So I love this. It's just so neatly done. The Daz artists are so amazing. Look at this. It's so warm looking. And I think yellow was the color to do. Watch the beginning and check out the how to turn your Genesis 2, 3, 8, 1 figures from 3Delight textures into PBR. So, and your Iray textures into PBR, and see, watch our friend N Cherry. Wow, when he sees, and I was wowed when you see the difference between the Iray textures and the PBR. That's why we are PBR peoples now, because they look so natural. They have a higher level of quality. This is PBR Skin, okay? So it just looks so nice here. So, all right, very much. Thank you very much, people. Thank you for the likes. And it's time for Sigmund's theme. Sigmund, say hi to everybody. Hi! Oh, that was nice, Sigmund. That was nice. All right. I will see you all again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. This is Rex Red saying so long for now. Sigmund says hi, and Jerry. And we've also got Hector. Say hello. That's Hector. Well, it's Hector. Yes, so yes. So thank you very much. Hector's made his debut today. So I will see you all again very soon. I will put together another tutorial about something. Maybe we'll go into Blender, but I think we touched on the Blender thing. And also we had, what was it, Azim? We also had Anus was here, I think, today. Was it Anus? Let's go here and check. Everybody who said hello. We've had N Cherry. We've had Art. Thank you, Art. And we did have Anus here, and he helped. He was very curious about and led us into a discussion. We went into Hexagon today. This is a very important video. I'll probably go over these videos and over this stuff again until it sinks in, because sometimes it takes a while to really kind of say, I think I can do that now. I think I can take that plane and drop it down on the land and make it follow the curvature, because it would have been really hard trying to shape that land with Mesh Grabber to fit all these roly-poly little hills and areas and everything. And that just laid on the ground and took the place of our plane. So again, I will see you again in the next tutorial. And this is Rex Red saying so long for now. Art, Anus, and we have N Cherry and Angus, and also we have Azim So this is all good now. I'm going to go back up and just make sure nobody's, yeah, that was everybody. So thank you. Take care. And I will see. I think I'm hollering now. I'm sorry. So thank you. Oh, this finished rendering. So you may see it in the Daz gallery, okay? So this is the Island Man. So yeah, our Peace Corps guy. So all right, take care. I will see you again soon. And this is polka time. So all right, we're gonna thank you very much. I'm gonna go and make something to eat, and I will see you again in the next EZ3DTV tutorial. And thanks to Silas for making such an awesome product, the One Click PBR. Yeah, One Click, and now we have not only One Click for PBR textures, but we also have One Click for gamma and One Click for click for shine, for bringing up our roughness. Wow, that's a big wow. Wait until that goes on sale. Buy it, people, okay? All right, later. All right, love you much. Take care. Hope to see you again soon. Bye-bye. Please click on the bell for notification. Leave likes and comments. That comment section in under the description of this video, that is for you. That is for you to leave comments, and if you something you want me to take up in the next, that's where I get my ideas for the next videos, is from you, all of you people. Write something, say I'd like to learn more about this or about that, and I will try and study up on it and get something to you. All right, take care again. It's goodbye for now. Thank you. Angus, have a good night. We'll chat again. All righty, goodbye.